Hello. Bring the beat in. Dun, 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 dun. Bring the beat in. Anything for you, Beyonce. Hello. I'm scrolling through references right now because I don't know what the fuck to choose. I kind of want to spin because I have this Be Right Back screen and it's dull and plain, and I want to spin. So I'm looking at references where they have like at least 4 different like frames where the character spins. And I want to spin. I just want to spin. I want to be a dancer. Not... Fuck, I forgot the quote. Dad, I want to be a dancer. What the fuck do I play? I just want a hot dog real bad. Is that from TikTok? That's probably from TikTok. Music. There's like music, and then there's like, what the fuck am I going to play? What the Sigma? I'm in a mood. I think this tea has caffeine in it, and I already had a coffee today, so I'm like extra chatty. But all's well that ends well. I ordered bubble tea and it's so good. Oh my god, I'm thinking of ordering dessert later just because I'm home alone and I have the money to, and I'm going crazy. I'm treating myself. I'm all alone in the house. What am I gonna do? I don't fucking know. Probably just be louder than I usually am. Woe is me. I'm scrolling through playlists right now and nothing is really catching my eye, which is bad. Also, I kind of forgot that if I'm on this screen, I can play whatever music I want. So let me just shuffle my liked songs and see what happens. 'Cause why not, you know? I don't want to choose a playlist. Excuse me. So I'm just gonna play whatever is on here. Whatever's on my 5,646 liked songs track list. Let's see what's on here. Is that Snufkin? Oh, that is just a guy. Ow! Talk about loud. Hello? I love scrolling through Pinterest. And I don't want to call it off. Wait. Oh, okay. There we go. Let me just make sure. Where's Spotify? Here it is. Perfect. Who are you quoting, Liz? There we go. That's a good volume, hopefully. Sorry, VOD watchers. No volume sound this stream. I want to spin. Art station. I think I can take from an art company, maybe. Hopefully, maybe. Hopefully. And by take, I don't mean I'm like directly referencing this. I just mean I'm using it as a guide. You can use it as a guide. Chapel Roan? How did I not get that? Hello? And I don't want to call it off, even if you call it love. Yeah, that's Chapel Roan. You can kiss 100. That's not the tone. I'm not even gonna try. I cannot sing in Chapel Roan's range. That's not happening. Ignore the fact that I typed dun-dun-dun a bunch of times. Cullen? I want to see a Chapel Run impersonator. That'd be fun. I don't want sad music. Frank Ocean, you are not the vibe right now. You are most of the time, but not right now. Okay, maybe liked songs was a bad idea, because I'm not getting a lot here. What if I listen to Hype 2? Oh, that's a lot of... Okay, maybe not Hype 2. Maybe... Fishing tunes? That's white people music. That's white people shit. WPS. Could listen to some Grimes. Everything's laggy. Let me double check my task manager. EA, what the fuck are you doing here? I should delete EA. Or is it, yeah, EA. Why the fuck do I have that? It is ruining my PC, holy shit. I need to close Discord too. What is happening, bro? EA app, uninstall. Yes. Why is it so laggy? Hello? What the hell is happening? Okay, hold on. I might have to switch to... What the fuck is it called? I might have to switch to YouTube. Good old YouTube. I accidentally hit alt pins. Oopsies. Let's just go to VTube ideas and see what I have in here. I want like a specific style, but I don't know which style. Because I could go with like a Bee and Puppy Cat style, or maybe like a Dun 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 style, or like some sort of anime or cartoon. But I don't know which one yet. Because I want it to be stylized and I want it to look professional. I love Bee and Puppy Cat. Oh my god, finally. Finally someone I can talk to about Bee and Puppy Cat. Holy shit. Do you like the Netflix series more or the older version more? Because I'm kind of a fake... What? I'm kind of a fake fan and only watched the newer version, but I read the comic books. I've only seen the Netflix one? Okay. So we're both fake fans. That's good to know. I've never seen the older one. Me neither. Me neither. And honestly, I'm fine with that, you know? I should probably watch it at some point just because I love the new one so much, but I just haven't. I'm watching Psyche K right now and it's so funny. The only thing I don't like is the depiction of anyone who isn't Japanese or white, but you love Psyche K too? Holy shit. Let's go. Oh my god. Psyche K is so good. I'm on the first season. And I think I'm like halfway through it. It's peak. I love Psyche K. I just finished Dun Dun Dun, which, by the way, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but why the fuck would you end a season on like half of the first part of the episode? Like, it was literally cut off, and it pisses me off. What are you doing? Like, it was so... I looked at the thing and I was like, oh, this is part 1. There must be like... No, I have to wait till next year? And next year? Oh my god, you're shitting me. You actually hate me. Sorry. It pisses me off. Like, why would you end the season like that? The art style's so peak, though. Isn't that the one where they steal the balls? Yes. Here, I can... It looks so good, and like, I'm actually gonna play the intro song just because I love it so much. Opening. Because it's so silly. It's so silly. And I love it so much, but that's also why I hated the way it ended, because I love it so much. Like, why would you do that? Here. Oh. I usually keep dun 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 dun. Wait for it. It's so, oh my god. I love that they used not drum and bass, but like inspired by. Dun, dun, dun. Did you guys see the fan art I did recently? Or the redraw? I did this today. Peak peak anime. Sorry, VOD watchers. You're not gonna hear any of this. I'm just gonna sound insane. Dun 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 dun. And the guitar too. Oh my god. Love. Ah! I don't want moments. Shut up, shut up, shut up. What else is on here? Oh, Chainsaw Man, oh, you know who did a really good cover of the end, like the ending of Chainsaw Man? Hugo, or not Hugo, Yuson, my bad. Chainsaw. This is, oh my god. The way Yuson sings, now, it sounds like, ugh, they're so professional in the way that they sing. It's crazy. Sorry, I'm going down a rabbit hole and I don't care. But this is like, it's so important. A beautiful star. Everyone go to, like, oh my god. And I can't believe this is like, is it the ending or the intro? I don't remember. But it's, and the fact this is a cover too, holy shit. Okay, what the fuck am I gonna draw, bro? I don't know what I'm gonna draw. I don't know any of the lyrics. Guys, get ready for the scream. Oh my god. beautiful star. Oh my god, so peak. Oh, ugh. I love you, son, singing. I'll do Bee and Puppy Cat. Bee and Puppy Cat's nice to replicate. A beautiful star. Beautiful star. Yippee! Oh my god, love. Okay, let me see if I can find my old streaming playlist on YouTube. Oops, that's Creator Studio. That is not what I want. Defunctland has a new video? Okay, guys, I know what we're gonna watch in the corner of me drawing. And it's 2 hours long! Bro! Holy shit, Batman. I'm so glad I'm on winter break and I can just do whatever the fuck I want. Window capture. My favorite YouTuber ever. Holy shit. And then let me put text too. Text to, my bad. Let me put text just to be like, subscribe, just because I'm like not reacting that much and I'm just gonna be drawing in the background. Subscribe to Defunct Land. And I want to give credit where credit is due. Oh, that is not the color I want. There we go. Oh, wait, shit. Select font, maybe? Bold. What is strikeout? I don't want strikeout. Underline? Does that care? No. Okay. I'll just put it at the bottom. And then do that. There we go. Okay, we're watching Defunct Land's new video. Application capture. Living history. Tell me how the volume is. I'm gonna adjust it. And my best friend got me a Nanami Kento shirt. Wait, why does that sound familiar? Oh, okay. Oh, it's this guy. I still need to watch Jujutsu Kaisen. I've heard some wild shit about it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wait, animatronics? FNAF?
There's something inside us. Has it always been this way? Since the beginning of recorded history, humanity has harbored a set of innate desires.
Oh my god, I'm so happy.
That go beyond mere survival. For thousands of years,
Volume's a little loud.
Has hoped to accomplish such seemingly impossible
maybe like right here
as achieving flight, controlling the elements, and mapping the stars. Among these is a less discussed but enduring ambition: the desire to create life from machine. 4,000 years ago, ancient Egyptians devised speaking statues of their deities. These early mechanical figures could perform simple movements with jointed parts, such as the lifting of an arm or the turn of a head.
Holy peak, Batman.
Supposedly operated by temple priests who would speak to devout mortals on behalf of the gods. Although in retrospect, they were probably just improvising. In its time, this was impressive technology, but these statues required a live operator to achieve movement. Therefore, this was merely a form of puppetry. The hope remained for an autonomous device, a living machine, operated without the assistance of a human. This was the beginning of humanity's pursuit to achieve mechanical life.
Mechanical life. Oh my god. Also, if you watch JJK, please let me know. Should I watch that first or Dead Boy Detectives first? Oh my god, animatronics! I love animatronics. I also have a huge fear of them. Dead Boy Detectives? Okay, yeah, I'll watch that first. Because now I have the time. Yippee! Chapter 1, the 6th day. Then God said, let us make in our image after our likeness. And God saw everything that he made, and behold, it was very good. And there was evening and there was morning, 6th day. Genesis. Holy shit, Bible quotes.
The living machine appeared in legends far before the technology existed to support it. In the 8th century BCE, the Iliad, credited to the poet Homer.
I know about Homer.
Of Hephaestus, god of artisans
Homer
and
is
fire,
all my English teacher talked about.
Tools, including female servants made of gold who had the ability to
or my
reason.
English professor, I should say.
Homer
Oops.
with introducing the Greek word automaton, which would become the Latin word automaton. Defined simply as self-moving, the term soon took on a more specific meaning, that of a moving mechanical device, meant to resemble and imitate a living organism.
Robot.
The idea of automatons began to appear in texts all around the world.
Wait, let me make
seemingly
sure I'm not
independent
leaking
of others.
anything.
In the 5th century BCE, Chinese philosopher Li Yuko was credited with writing a fictional story featuring an automaton. In the tale, a skilled craftsman showcased his creation, an impressive
Okay, I should be
mechanical man,
good.
to King Mu of Chou. The automaton could
King
talk,
Mu?
sing, walk, and dance. But the most frightening feature that it had was game. The mechanical
You're an
man
English
flirted
major.
with the king's courtesans,
My
enraging
professor
him.
literally
To
kept
defuse the situation,
quoting
the
Homer.
craftsman opened the automaton and began disassembling him.
He was like,
Invited the king to
this
take
is
a
what
seat.
good society
As he
is.
examined
I'm like, what the
body
fuck
made
are you
of wood,
talking about?
glue, and strings, the king
Love him to
remarked,
death,
quote,
but holy
"It is
shit.
impossible that human
King
skill
Mu of
could produce
Zhou.
something which
Zhou?
can match what
Zhou?
was created
Zhou.
by heaven and earth." Other philosophers saw promise in automatons. Aristotle, for instance, theorized that, quote, "If
I know
every
Aristotle,
instrument could
too.
accomplish its own work, chief workmen would not want servants, nor master slaves," implying that if automatons were skilled and abundant, they could constitute a majority of the workforce. While philosophers pondered the implications of automatons, their existence was becoming more of a possibility as technology progressed. Machines were becoming more detailed and precise, specifically those used in timekeeping and astronomy. Still, the prospect of creating a mechanical human, let alone a convincing one, was out of reach. The human body is large and heavy. but it
Instead, we
has
made
the ability to
furries.
move in slow,
Fuck yeah.
smooth, and subtle ways. This makes it particularly difficult to replicate, especially
Oh wait,
with
no, we
ancient
also made
machinery.
humans.
However, there was one class of animal that
Or
made for a
made
more
robots.
achievable
Like
automaton.
Abraham Lincoln
Birds.
at Disneyland.
To the human eye, birds move in a sharp, mechanical fashion, and
Sharp.
their small form made their construction achievable.
Small.
There are several stories of fabricated birds in ancient China and Greece.
Bird.
But the first true bird automaton might have been invented in the 5th century BCE by the mathematician Archytas. According to some sources,
Archytas.
the wooden bird was able to fly several hundred meters on its own, through the use of an internal balloon that was filled with compressed air or steam. When released, the bird would be launched, possibly on a wire, with the escaping gas propelling the bird down the line.
Wait, a fake
More
bird, right?
realistic interpretations of the device argue that if Archytas did create the bird, it likely utilized a hidden counterweight. When the compressed air was released, the bird became lighter, causing the counterweight to fall and the bird to fly to a higher branch in a tree. Regardless of how the bird functioned, it was not
Oh, yeah,
being
fake bird.
puppeteered by a human. It was moving on its own accord.
Yes.
It was an automaton, one of, if not the first, of its kind. Over the next millennia, automata progressed alongside mechanics. In 50 AD, Hero of Alexandria published several descriptions of mechanical birds and miniature human figures. 8 centuries later, the Banu Musa brothers published the Book of Ingenious Devices, a work filled with descriptions of ingenious automata. In 1206, Ismail al-Jazari published the Book of Knowledge of Ingenious Mechanical Devices, which built off of the Banu Musa brothers' work and introduced a new device, the elephant clock. This famous clock, timed with a bucket slowly sinking into a pool of water, featured multiple animated figures which would perform every half hour. Al-Jazari's book also detailed several servant automatons and even a mechanical band. In the late 13th century, the advent of the fully mechanical clock resulted in a surge in mechanical figures. Beautiful, complex timekeepers were installed in cathedrals and palaces, often featuring human and animal figures springing to life to signify the arrival of an interval of time. The Renaissance also brought forth a host of mechanical innovations.
Oh,
Leonardo
shit.
da Vinci designed several automatons, including a lion who could walk, and a knight who could move multiple limbs. In the 17th century, French philosopher
Witchcraft.
René Descartes was rumored to have designed automatons, including
shit, are they still in
unverifiable
business?
rumor that he had constructed one of a small child as
Dun,
a
dun, dun,
replacement
dun.
for his young daughter, who had died of scarlet fever at the age
Oh.
of 5. While it is not known whether it was actually built, this is one of the first mentions of automata being used not simply to create life, but to resurrect it.
I created life.
Descartes often graphed the concept of automata, not simply speculating that machines could be made to appear as living organisms, but theorizing that living organisms might function no differently than machines. He believed that a perfect automata of an animal would be indistinguishable from a real one. Descartes attempted
Well.
to clarify in his argument that humans could never be fully replicated, outlining a test to distinguish man from machine. In this same discourse, Descartes coined his most famous idea, Je pense donc je suis, or in English, I think, therefore I am. Living during the Inquisition, Descartes' writings on existentialism were radical and dangerous, and after hearing of Galileo's conviction by the Roman Catholic Church, Descartes chose to abandon publishing additional ideas on the subject.
Wait,
Descartes'
T.
writings on the line between man and machine would become even more relevant in the next century, as the true age of automatons was about to begin. In 1738, French inventor Jacques de Vaucanson would set up an
Jacques de
invention in a grand
Vaucanson.
showroom in Paris. Charging a fee to small groups, Vaucanson would present a new invention, an automaton unlike any the world had seen. Resembling Antoine Koissavau's marble statue, the
Oh,
flute-playing
shit.
coward, Vaucanson's automaton was 5.5 feet tall, and it sat atop a 4.5-foot tall pedestal. Powered by weights, the shepherd could not only move, but it could perform, playing 12 different melodies on the flute. The instrument was not an illusion. The flute player blew air into a real flute,
Damn.
changing its fingering, mouth position, and wind speed to accurately play the music. This was achieved using a complex series of bellows, gears, and pipes, with most of the mechanisms being contained in the pedestal below the statue. The largest
Oh,
piece
yeah.
of the machine was a cylinder.
One thing that
known
I keep looking back on my VODs on is like, for some reason, the audio like goes in and out like really fast and then it gets back to normal. And I don't know how to fix that, but I'm gonna try to fix it by next stream, which will either be tomorrow or Monday. Because I really don't know what that is, but it doesn't happen with my microphone. It just happens with my PC audio, which I find weird. But I'll try to find out the problem. Just do a little
The
YouTube
cylinder
or
featured a
Reddit
series of
search.
ridges and bumps. Several
There
cam
is.
read these as the cylinders rotate,
Also, this is like
synchronizing the many pieces
hyperfixation station, bro. How long did it take you to get diagnosed? Me or Defunct Land?
to create the
Paris!
programmed movements.
What's up?
In order for the mechanical hands of the flute player to accurately finger the notes on the instrument, Vaucanson had to use real skin on the hands. Or maybe this was
What the
not
fuck is in the
necessary for
corner? Leave Defunctland out of your stupid... leave Defunctland out of your mouth. This is his new video and we're all watching it. As a family, we are watching this damn video. So get your ass on in your seat and watch this video with us. Family movie night, Defunctland, 2 hours.
machine to play the instrument, and Vaucanson just wanted to use real skin on the hands.
Real
As
skin.
impressive as the automaton was, it was also disconcerting. And not just because it used real skin on the hands.
Oh my god.
Musicians were worried of the machine's ramifications on their profession. Some criticized the
Ramifications.
automaton's technique, but many untrained listeners could not detect the faults. From a philosophical perspective, the machine was most notable for its human-like
Where's me?
movements. Specifically, since it was made to play a wind instrument, Vaucanson had to design the device so that air would blow out of the figure's mouth. The result, as many pointed out, was that the figure literally breathed. The French writer Voltaire labeled Vaucanson the new Prometheus. The following year, Vaucanson debuted 2 additional automatons, another musician, this one capable of playing the pipe and tabor, and a mechanical gold-plated duck.
Why are we in
Duck was capable
Matilda?
of
What do you
several
mean?
lifelike movements, including eating grain and defecating it. Vaucanson claimed that there was a complex chemical system that achieved the digestion, but it would be revealed a century later that it was merely a hidden compartment that would release dyed breadcrumbs to appear as feces.
Brother.
Shortly after debuting these machines, Vaucanson took a position in the French government
Do I have
and claimed
YouTube?
to be working
No.
on his most advanced automaton yet, an anatomically correct human being. Vaucanson would never finish this work, abandoning the project after becoming disgusted by it. with no additional context given. Volkinson's 3 automatons, which he sold and would
Thank
continue
God.
to be displayed, were widely influential. French philosopher Julien Offray de la Mettrie would assert in his work L'Homme Machine, or Man a Machine, what René Descartes a century earlier did not, that humans are no different than animals, and that humans function no differently than a machine. His views, which made reference to Volkinson's work,
Where
were
the
seen as
hell? Here
extremely
it is.
controversial, and La Mettrie
Oh
was
my
forced
God.
to flee France because of them. Automatons continued
Chat,
to
should
be
I apply
innovated
for a
past
job at
Volkinson.
Spencer's? Yeah,
By
sure.
1774, Pierre Jacques Dreux and his son Henry Louis Jacques
How?
constructed 3 brilliant automatons: a musician capable of playing the organ, a writer capable of composing sentences, and a draftsman
There we go.
capable of
Jesus
drawing
Christ.
pictures. These automatons are remarkable for several reasons, most notably that they have survived and still function today.
Holy
The
shit.
mechanisms of the 3 figures are contained almost entirely within their bodies, a significant improvement on Volkinson's
There.
figures, which relied on pedestals to conceal the machinery. Perhaps the most impressive and prophetic of any automaton from this era, the writer could be programmed to write any sentence without changing the inner workings of the figure. Within the boy's back, along a complex camshaft, existed the ability to write any letter, as well as spaces and
Drawing
punctuation.
guide.
The shape of the letter key would
Reference.
change the position of the cam, so that the cam followers lined up with the corresponding letter. The result is one of the earliest programmable machines. Some of the most infamous sentences that the automaton was made to write over the years include references to Descartes' philosophical writings, including "I think, therefore I am," and far more eerie, "I do not think, therefore do I not exist." In 1769, Hungarian inventor Wolfgang von Kempelen debuted an automaton.
My cats ask that
nicknamed
question
the
every
Turk.
day.
This automaton was touted as being an intelligent machine, capable of playing chess. The Turk toured the world, playing prominent chess players and dignitaries, including United States Ambassador Benjamin Franklin. The Turk usually won this match, astounding the opposing player and spectators. While containing some automata, the Turk was primarily a hoax, with a hidden chess player below following the game above
Wow.
and puppeteering the figure's arm.
A scam.
Some of Kemplen's other inventions achieved their intended purpose more legitimately. Over the course of 2 decades, Kempelen developed a speaking machine. Like Volkinson's flute player, this device used bellows and manipulated airflow to manually reproduce the sounds of human speech. Kempelen was not the only one experimenting in speech synthesis during this era. French inventor Abbé Michal and engineer Christian Gottlieb Kratzenstein also developed machines that replicated the mechanics and resulting sounds of human vocal cords, with Michal routing the sounds out of 2 sculpted heads. Michal and Kemplen's machines were capable of producing both vowel and consonant sounds, which some sources say could produce hundreds of words and speak multiple languages. French writer Antoine Rivarol, upon hearing the machines, wrote that the new technology would allow for the perfect preservation of 18th century French for the rest of time. Several reproductions of Kemplen's speaking machine have been created.
Is this how AI happened? I don't know. There's a really good video about AI from Nexpo, I think.
French is a beautiful language. Over the coming centuries, other inventors attempted to improve on this design, attempting to build automata that could both move and speak like a human. For every significant feat in automata, there were thousands of other, less remarkable, but far more replicable automatons created and sold. Small music boxes with animated figures were created by skilled craftsmen and sold as luxury items. Birds were again a common staple of this art form, with wind-up boxes and miniature cages featuring singing mechanical avians. Automatons were created and distributed by people all over the world, resulting in this period, from the mid-1800s to the early 1900s, being referred to as the Golden Age of Automata. While the volume of mechanical figures would peak during this period, the complexity and innovation of the 18th century was rarely matched. In many ways, this age of automaton innovation had been ushered out by the Industrial Revolution. As journalist Gabby Wood explained, quote, "Makers of automata turned away from constructing curiosity in order to design the machines that would replace human labor. Apart from a few scattered attempts at making these industrial devices appear human, such as Diedrich's Steam Man, automaton innovation ceased. But this was not the end of humanity's pursuit for mechanical life, as the definition of automaton was soon given an additional qualifier, a moving mechanical device meant to resemble and imitate a living being without the use of electricity." In the late 19th century, humanity began the decades-long transition to a world based on electricity. This transformed practically every aspect of human existence, and it resulted in a class of inventions that appeared as miracles to the public. The electric age was dominated by two names, Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison. Edison's electromechanical inventions would have an enormous impact on the future of automata, but the most immediate impact he would have on living machines was the invention of the phonograph, a device capable of recording and playing back sound. In 1877, the same year that Edison invented the machine, he began contemplating its commercial uses, speculating how it might be integrated into children's toys. Over a decade later, Edison hired a manufacturer to create and distribute a talking doll. This small figure had a miniature phonograph placed inside, with cylindrical wax records. When a child turned the crank, a voice would emit from inside of the doll, singing one of 12 songs. Some of these records have been preserved.
One of 12
and recently,
songs?
The contents have been reproduced.
Dude, imagine hearing that at like 3 a.m.
Terrifying. The products were poorly designed and manufactured, and as a result, the dolls flopped, with Edison abandoning plans for a second generation. Shortly after the dolls failed, the phonograph's cylindrical records would be used in another entertainment device, fortune-telling machines. These figures had extremely limited movements, but their ability to
that's
play
why
back
they're
different
so
lines of dialogue
old.
produced a novelty that would become a staple of boardwalks and amusement parks. While not the most technically impressive, moving figures with human voices began to populate the world. This, along with other electrical innovations, elicited both wonder and fear from
Sorry, I
the
still have
public.
Dun Dun stuck in my head.
Soon found a home in the emerging
I've had it stuck in my
genre
head
of
since I
science
woke
fiction.
up.
In 1920, Czech writer Karel Čapek wrote a play named RUR, in which artificial humans created for the purposes of labor rebel, resulting in the extinction of humanity. The play was a massive hit around the world, and is most famous for introducing the word robot.
Robot.
The play is still fear in the public of an apocalyptic robot uprising, as well as further worries of intelligent machines displacing humans in the workforce. It also inspired many to experiment with robotics. Some of these early 20th century creations appeared in a humanoid shape, but were obviously machines, with visible screws and metal casing.
Dog, being an artist in 2024 is like being a civilian in whatever the fuck time it is in this.
After watching Čapek's play, Japanese biologist Makoto Nishimura built his own robot, named Gaku Tensoku. Nishimura's goal was to design a friendly machine that would be an optimistic companion to humanity, not a slave or an aggressor as the ones depicted in Čapek's play. Nishimura gave
For like a week,
skin made of
valid.
rubber, and the machine was capable of moving its arms, turning its head, and most impressively, creating facial expressions. Gaku Tensoku could smile by a mechanism that raised the corners of his mouth. This type of machine, that was wrapped in an artificial skin and made to appear as a human, would be more commonly referred to as an android. Robots and androids appeared frequently in media, but infrequently in reality over the coming decades. They were most often built to showcase a specific technology, not as an end product themselves. The creation of new, non-electric mechanical automatons was rare, and the surviving pieces had become antiques, fetching high prices from wealthy collectors. The products of a once thriving art form now sat, often frozen, in museums and antique stores throughout the world, a reminder of the promise of mechanical life, now seen by many as the limit. But it was in one of these antique stores that the next step in the search for a living machine would begin. In 1949, in an antique store in New Orleans, a preserved automaton of a bird perched inside of a golden cage performed once again, flapping its wings and whistling a song. The sudden change in state, from still to full of life, enamored its potential customer, a filmmaker from California,
Disney.
Walt Disney. Walt purchased the strange bird, and after returning home, he brought it into his studio's machine shop, handed it to one of his employees, and instructed him to open it up and figure out how it worked.
Incredible. Incredible. Dun, 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 dun. Talking Heads, the band? If a man does not do what is good, it is not the fault of the basic good of which man is constituted. Who said this? Grandfather Chung.
At 47 years old, famed cartoonist Walt Disney was beginning to lose his passion for animation.
Yes.
The 1940s had been a tumultuous decade at his studio.
Homunculus.
The animator strike in 1941, the struggles during World War II, and the mixed reception to the studio's recent films had caused Walt to become disillusioned with the medium that had made him a household name. Adding to this discontentment, Walt was forced to quit the sport of polo after suffering a severe injury in 1938, depriving him of the hobby that he enjoyed outside of the studio. As a result, Walt was forced to redirect his energy toward new passions, and he began to gravitate toward one specific fascination: trains. A lifelong interest in locomotives was quickly becoming an obsession, one that he shared with several of his studio employees. Naturally, many of those that had a passion for trains were the machinists and technicians working at the Disney Studio machine shop. This department was tasked with developing many of the machines that were used in the animation process.
Slay.
In the late 1940s, Walt began to spend more time at the machine shop, discussing his growing collection of model trains with his new friends/employees. It was common for hobbyists to place their train sets within an environment made up of scale models. This might be why Walt began to develop a second fascination with sculpting miniatures. In 1949, Walt discovered the automaton bird in New Orleans, and it was at this point that all of his interests seemed to coalesce into a new type of project: a program show of moving mechanical miniatures, a type of three-dimensional animation that he would refer to as Disneylandia. Walt enlisted animator Ken Anderson, removing him from the Walt Disney Productions payroll and instead paying Anderson himself out of his own pocket. Anderson recalled that the pet project was, in part, derived out of Walt's frustrations with the other animators. Walt explained to Anderson, quote, "I'm tired of all you artists doing all the drawing and painting around here. You know, I can draw and paint myself. I'm going to do something creative too." Walt and Anderson worked together to design and sculpt a series of three-dimensional scenes.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
And synchronized sound. When a person inserted a coin into the machine, the models would come to life. The concepts that Walt and Anderson developed all had a similar style and tone, with the exhibits all featuring elements of nostalgia or Americana, with both Disney films and Norman Rockwell paintings serving as inspiration. The first Disneylandia scene that the two created depicted Granny Kincaid's cabin from the Disney film So Dear to My Heart. The scene featured Granny sitting in her chair, which would rock back and forth as dialogue and music played. Walt would assist in sculpting this scene, but as Anderson explained, he, quote, wasn't any good at it. And Walt soon enlisted sculptor Charles Crisidoro to help with the project. Around the same time, Walt assigned the automaton bird to another animator and model train enthusiast, Wathel Rogers. Rogers was tasked with studying the automaton in and out. He pried open the bird's minuscule components, comparing it to deconstructing a piece of jewelry. When he was done inspecting the bird's innards, Rogers reconstructed the automaton so that it could perform once again. Satisfied with Rogers' work, Walt pulled him away from his animation duties, along with the head of the studio machine shop, Roger Broggie. Walt assigned Broggie and Rogers to another Disneylandia model, one that featured movement far more complex than that of Granny Kincaid's cabin. The new scene, nicknamed Project Little Man, was to feature a 9-inch-high performer dancing on a stage. Walt asked actor and dancer Buddy Ebsen to come into the studio to record a performance, filming Ebsen on a grid so that the animators could study his movements. As was common with automata, Rogers and Broggie utilized a large camshaft to program the figure's movements. When a bump was registered on the surface, a wire was moved to create a single action, such as the lifting of a foot. Anderson would construct a third Disneylandia scene, depicting a barbershop quartet singing in a barbershop. With several proofs of concept in the works, Walt proposed a way to showcase the models around the country. His plan was to place the exhibits, and you'll never believe this, on a train. The models would be installed in Pullman train cars.
Holy shit, this guy was on crack.
The United States would be able to travel to their train station to see the exhibit. Rogers, Broggie, and Anderson were able to get multiple prototypes to work, including the small figure in Project Little Man, which did appear to dance. However, the machines were severely limited by several factors. For one, programming the movements by adjusting the ridges on the camshaft was tedious and frustrating. The number of movements and the length of the performance was limited.
And we'll put it all on a train, guys. I can already see the border being like, what the fuck?
Had already made it quite large. After months of work, the team felt that they had met the limits of the technology and their own ability. Broggie explained to Walt that they were, quote, no further advanced than the 17th and 18th century kings of France who had commissioned the creation of little automatons that played musical instruments. It was an unfortunate reality. You will never do anything better than an 18th century monk when you have a TV in your house. Even if Rogers and Broggie had dedicated the time necessary to master the craft of automata, the complexity of Walt's request was simply not achievable within the medium. Broggie proposed a solution. If Walt were to make a life-sized human figure, then more modern and advanced mechanisms could be placed inside of the body. This would result in more detail and lifelike movements.
True.
Walt considered the possibilities of Broggie's suggestion and responded to the idea with one of his most commonly spoken phrases. No. The point of the miniatures, according to Walt, was that they are cute. They were magical because they were small.
Okay, that's kind of true though.
Defeat the purpose of the exhibits.
Life-size animatronics are kind of scary. And by kinda, I mean very.
Coin-operated machines would not offset the projected maintenance costs.
Okay.
More demoralizing to Walt if he was not already working on another project, one with a similar tone, similar goals, and soon a similar name to Disneylandia. It was to be an amusement park with elaborate themed environments and immersive storytelling. Walt had been dreaming of a place like it for years because he wanted to create a place where parents and children could have fun together, and/or he wanted another, bigger train. Disneyland Park opened on July 17th.
This man and his trains.
The theme park was designed by WED Enterprises, a new company that Walt had staffed mainly by poaching employees from his studio.
Oh.
Several of these artists and engineers were those that had been recruited to work on Disneylandia, including Anderson, Broggie, and Rogers. These designers would eventually be given the unique title of Imagineer. Over several years, Walt and the Imagineers worked diligently, designing a theme park unlike the world had ever seen. When guests first entered Disneyland, they were able to wander through nostalgic environments and ride unique attractions. They would also have the opportunity to interact with classic Disney characters, such as Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Black Bart, the Phantom of the Opera, the Main Street Monkey, Aunt Jemima, and Goofy. Along with these costumed characters, guests would encounter several mechanical characters throughout their Disneyland day. In
Still Walt Disney era. Every time I learn about inventors, I have the reoccurring thought that modern society was built on autism. Yeah, pretty much.
Films featured simple animated figures. These characters had minimal looped movement, and each was seen only briefly as the ride vehicles whipped around the track. In Frontierland, along the shores of the rivers of America, a Native American village featured multiple animated human figures, including a chief mounted on a horse. This figure was capable of raising its arm to guests as they passed by on the riverboat. But by far the most impressive examples of mechanical life in early Disneyland could be found on a single ride in Adventureland, the Jungle Cruise. Since the earliest concepts of the park, Walt had envisioned a boat ride themed to the dense river jungles of the world. Originally, Walt wanted actual wild animals to live on the shores of the attraction.
That is an awful idea.
Concept because of its logistical hurdles and guest-killing potential.
Yeah.
Instead, Walt and the Imagineers opted to build detailed figures capable of movement. Unlike the exaggerated animal designs found in Disney's famous animations, the Jungle Cruise animals were carefully sculpted and painted to appear as real animals, and the mechanisms held within them assisted in this illusion. These animals could wiggle, lunge, nod, chomp, and bite, and chew, and chomp.
Ugh, I hate animatronics in water. I absolutely hate it.
Disneylandia figures. But what the animals lacked in complexity, they made up for in size and creative staging. The most common mechanisms found in the Jungle Cruise animals were cams and levers and cranks and sliders. Both have the ability to turn rotary motion into linear motion, allowing for a constant short program to be looped indefinitely. Many of the attraction's land animals contained all of their mechanisms internally and could be seen in full view. Others, such as the original giraffes, cheated a bit. Only the long necks and heads of the animals could be seen peeking out above the foliage, while the mechanisms below were hidden by the brush. A similar example of this staging could be found in the rhino scene, in which two baby rhinos ran around and played. This was accomplished by only building the top half of each animal, allowing the bottom half to contain wheels that would run along a track. The most unique mechanisms of the Jungle Cruise were not found within the ride's jungle, but rather, they were submerged in the attraction's river. To allow guests to have close encounters with several semi-aquatic animals, large metal structures were constructed and installed before the river was filled. In order for hippos to emerge from beneath the water, the sculpted figures were attached to metal carriages that accordioned up, enough for the figure to go from completely submerged to visible above the waterline. The ride skipper would
I hate it. I hate those hippos so much.
First examples of a machine being used to simulate both life and death. This famous scene would have been very interesting in the version of the ride where this was a real animal. Some lucky guests even got to witness Walt Disney fire the gun at the mechanical figure. A bespoke experience in which you could visit Disneyland and see Walt Disney fire a gun.
Holy shit. Oh.
Never heard of. It would be like going to Walgreens and seeing Charles R. Walgreens fire a gun. Other aquatic figures included the charging crocodiles, which rolled along a hidden looping track. These clever illusions resulted in an attraction that was full of animal life. As a result, the Jungle Cruise was seen as Disneyland's most impressive attraction when the park debuted. In the years following Disneyland's opening, The Imagineers would add more exotic animals to the Jungle Cruise, as well as populate Frontierland's wilderness with similar creatures native to North America. The area's train ride, the Rainbow Caverns Mine Train, was updated to the new Mine Train Through Nature's Wonderland, which featured scenes of elk fighting, beavers building dams, and bears scratching on a tree. The area also featured figures in the water, including fish jumping out of the river and bears swimming and eating fish. The plussing of both the Jungle Cruise and the Mine Train were led by Mark Davis, an animator that Walt was consistently recruiting to work on Disney attractions. Davis was exceptionally gifted in his ability to turn simple movements into realistic and often humorous scenes. While Disneyland's environments were coming to life with a plethora of artificial animals, Walt began to explore new concepts for attractions in which mechanical humans would be the star. Throughout the late 1950s, 2 new themed areas were being considered for Disneyland. Both of these would be additions to Main Street USA, and both would feature shows starring animated human figures as their primary attraction.
I kind of... How do I word this? I kind of feel like Walt Disney is at fault for making Americans so stupid. And what I mean by this is, like, when we're young, right? We see these things and we watch Disney movies because that's just how we're programmed. And, like, we believe the world around us is, like, so magical and awesome. And we kind of get into this mindset that makes us stupider. And it's kind of this bliss ignorance that people cling on to, especially Americans who, like, cling onto it and don't let it go. It's just really interesting how that happened. Also propaganda back then. Like, not as much now, but I mean, still.
Liberty Street would have been themed.
I love this take, thank you.
The main attraction of this area was to be a show named One Nation Under God that would include the Hall of Presidents, a stage in which figures of every U.S. president would come to life. Another proposed annex of Main Street was named Edison Square. This area would have been focused on the emergence of electricity, juxtaposing Main Street's nostalgic gas lamps with a street full of electric lights. The main attraction of Edison Square would have been Harnessing the Lightning. This show would have tracked the progress of electricity throughout the 20th century, focusing on multiple scenes of a family demonstrating advances in household appliances. The challenge with both attractions would be animating the life-sized human figures. The Imagineers were aware of the mechanical limitations, and both shows were planned with limited movement in mind. Both One Nation Under God and Harnessing the Lightning would utilize dynamic lighting, so that not every animated figure was visible at once. This would allow each character to be revealed throughout a sequence, cutting down on the amount of time that a guest could see a figure's animation loop. The Hall of Presidents segment of One Nation Under God had the advantage of scale. 33 presidents would be depicted at once, so even if each had only the ability to turn their heads, the crowd effect would hide the rudimentary motion. Harnessing the Lightning would have had guests walk from room to room between acts, and each act would have been short, around 3 minutes each. The characters would have been staged to hold household appliances, which would allow them to perform machine-like movements while still appearing human. To further help with the illusion, Imagineer John Hench suggested that the humans be depicted in a caricaturized style, to prevent them from coming across as lifeless. These solutions would help to sell the illusion of life, even if the show were to use mechanisms as crude as those found on the Jungle Cruise. Still, this was a compromise to Walt's vision for both shows, and despite the Imagineers dedicating years of work to both Liberty Street and Edison Square, neither concept would come to fruition. Instead, Walt focused the park's funds and the Imagineers' energy on other expansions, such as a major addition to the Tomorrowland section of the park. But the idea of attractions with human figures lingered. The technology just wasn't there. At least, not yet. What happened next is a bit uncertain. It was at this point, around 1959, that the Studio Machine Shop began experimenting with building a mechanical human head. The first head to be created was of a man of Chinese descent. There are 3 theories as to why this occurred. In the most popular account of events, Walt walked into the Studio Machine Shop one day with a new idea, another new themed area for Main Street USA. He said, quote, "Look, I want to have a Chinese restaurant at the park. Out in the lobby will be an old Chinese fellow like Confucius. Not an actor, but a figure made out of plastic. Now the customers will ask him questions, and he'll reply with words of wisdom." While at first this seems random, fortune-telling machines were abundant, and a few were already in Disneyland. Fortune-telling machines often depicted Confucius or another Eastern philosopher, so the idea of a Chinatown with a fortune-telling Confucius could be a natural evolution of this common fixture of amusement parks. The second theory is that machinist Jack Gladish was experimenting with a talking head in the studio machine shop, either as his own personal project or because Walt had assigned it to him in preparation for one of the complex shows in development. According to historian Todd James Pierce, Gladish built a functioning prototype skull. However, when it came time to place the fake skin on the head, the latex material did not fit properly around the eyes. The
That's so
appeared
scary.
to them to be of Chinese descent, and so Gladish and the machine shop decided to proceed with the imperfection and pretend as though it was purposeful. After presenting it to Walt, the Chinatown concept was invented to support the team's progress on the figure. The third theory as to why a Chinese head was developed is that Disneyland was simply missing something. It already had caricatures and fear-based depictions of Africans and Native Americans, but it had no such material for the people of Asia. Therefore, a Chinese figure was developed.
Let's just be racist in like the broader way.
Not an omission that was racist.
Oh.
Regardless of the reason, a mechanical figure was designed for a proposed Chinese restaurant. The theory that Roger Broggie had proposed almost a decade prior was turning out to be correct.
Oh.
A larger figure did indeed allow for more lifelike movement. The machine shop was able to fit multiple solenoids inside of the mechanical head. A solenoid is an electromagnetic mechanism created by winding a copper wire into a coil. When electricity passes through the wire, a magnetic field is created, pulling the plunger into the coil. When the current is interrupted, a spring returns the plunger to its resting position. The benefit of solenoids are that they are small, fast, and easily controlled with electricity. The downside is that their load capacity is limited, making them less suitable for lifting heavy objects compared to other methods. For the mechanical head, this was not an issue, as the solenoids would be used for simple, small movements, such as the opening of the mouth or the raising of the cheeks. Walt wanted realism out of the head from the beginning, suggesting specific facial expressions and complex mouth movements. Walt explained to the team, quote, "You know they've done this in Europe for hundreds of years. If they've done this well, we can do things now much better." He instructed the team to watch television with the sound turned off, in order to study the way that people's mouths moved when they spoke. Wathel Rogers recalled, quote, "You could always tell who was working on the job. They never looked at your eyes when you were talking to them, always at your mouth." One of the most significant obstacles the Imagineers faced with the mechanical figure was the skin. The latex used for the initial prototypes was not flexible or durable enough to last on the talking head, and Imagineer Harriet Burns had to constantly create new skin when one inevitably peeled and deteriorated. The Imagineers soon turned to a unique hot melt vinyl named Duraflex, which had properties that more closely resembled the flexibility and durability of human skin.
Imagine working on trying to get human skin right.
While the mechanically inclined studio shop designed the Chinese head, the creatives at WED began to write the show for the Chinese restaurant. Disneyland performer Wally Bogue was recruited to help develop the attraction, which would feature several mechanical characters to support the Confucius figure. After guests had finished their meal, a dragon statue mounted to the wall of the dining room would suddenly come to life and speak. The voice would have been Bogue doing a stereotypical Chinese accent. The dragon would say,
"Mouth peel.
Patrons look very happy. Must have been something you ate." The show's main character would have been the Chinese human figure. Confucius was used as a reference, but the character itself would have been a fictional philosopher. One of the proposed names for the character was Grandfather Chung, as Disney hoped to secure.
You know, this really doesn't. Walt Disney's past sure was interesting.
Sponsorship from canned Chinese food brand Chun King, although this pitch would not have been helped by the fact that they misspelled Chun. The other name considered for the restaurant's wise sage was Chew Well. The philosopher would have been surrounded by
God,
who would coo and sing as he delivered his philosophical teachings. He would begin his discourse with, quote, "Now that you have dined on food, it is time to dine on knowledge." Walt wanted the figure to be operated live by a hidden performer.
Jesus
who responded to questions
Christ.
from the audience. The Imagineers might have determined that this would be more difficult than creating a program show. To address Walt's suggestion, they planned to pipe audio of canned audience questions into the room, in the hopes of fooling the real diners into believing that another patron had posed the question. For instance, a pre-recorded voice of a young girl would ask the philosopher why her father thinks that she talks too much, to which the philosopher would respond, quote, "Every young girl should be the picture of her mother, but not the soundtrack." Another line of wisdom from the philosopher was, quote, "Psychology books very handy if applied right, suggest 3 brisk strokes overhead of child. A white man doing his version of a Chinese accent while telling jokes about child eating would have absolutely murdered our crowd in 1950s Disneyland. But it would not have the opportunity due to Walt's sudden and swift cancellation of the Chinatown area of the park.
Thank God.
Despite the project being far into development, Walt apparently met with the team and declared, quote, "We're not going to do Chinatown. San Francisco and Los Angeles already have Chinatowns. There's no need for one at Disneyland." Chinatown and its restaurant were no more, but the development of an animated human figure would not cease. The progress made on the mechanical head had convinced Walt to move forward with One Nation Under God, focusing the attention of the Imagineers on the show's proposed star, a Winkin, Blinkin.
Here we go. Here's the start of the Lincoln. Chapter 3, Methods of Control. Let's get it. Do you suppose that God is mad at Walt for creating man in his own image? Mark Davis.
In 1860, sculptor Leonard Wells Vogt convinced the Republican nominee for president, Abraham Lincoln, to visit his studio in Chicago. Lincoln agreed to allow Vogt to create a life mask, a plaster cast of his head and face. This was a common practice at the time, and the most accurate method of capturing the likenesses of prominent figures for use in busts and sculptures. Vogt applied the thick plaster to Lincoln's face, waited 1 hour, and then asked him to remove the mold. Lincoln took hold of the mask and began peeling it off his skin. The unique shape of Lincoln's cheekbones made the removal difficult, and several hairs that caught in the mold had to be pulled before the mask could be taken off. Despite this, the mask was clean and in one piece. Vogt was now in possession of the only life mask of the man that would soon become the 16th president and one of the most prominent figures in American history. Vogt would send a copy of the cast to his son's art teacher, John Leon Jerome, in Paris, who gave it to another sculptor, Truman H. Bartlett. Vogt would give the original cast to his son, who would give it to his friend, Wyatt Eaton. Years later, magazine editor Richard Watson Gilder would raise money through his subscribers to buy the cast from Eaton to donate to the National Museum.
Jesus.
As a perk, each subscriber would receive a casting from the original. Over the next 75 years, casts would be circulated and duplicated, bought and sold, until eventually, one landed in the hands of Los Angeles-based wax museum owner, Catherine Stuber. Around 1960, Stuber was approached by a Disney artist named Blaine Gibson. Gibson was a sculptor himself, and he was very interested in Lincoln's life mask, as well as the process that Stuber used to create her figures. Stuber was hesitant, assuming that Walt Disney was going to create a wax museum in Disneyland. She told Gibson, quote, "If I tell you all this stuff, you're going to compete with me." Gibson eased her concerns. Walt was not interested in creating a wax museum with the Lincoln mask. He was interested in something much different. The advancements on the mechanical heads had rekindled the development of the One Nation Under God show and the Hall of Presidents. Walt hired James Alger, a documentarian.
Is it too late to order dessert?
True Life Adventure series, to draft a script for the show.
Question of the
Alger
night.
wrote and recorded a 32-minute narration for the proposed attraction, and Walt began presenting it, along with several pieces of concept art, to potential sponsors. While the presentation was impressive, no company would agree to a partnership based on the script and drawings alone. Walt believed to secure financial support, he needed a prototype of one of the animated figures.
Prototype.
Walt needed a functioning mechanical president. Walt briefly considered starting with George Washington or Teddy Roosevelt, but he instead chose to move forward with his favorite commander-in-chief. Walt Disney had developed an admiration for Abraham Lincoln at an early age, and his interest in the 16th president had followed him into adulthood. Walt was well read on Lincoln, and those close to him attested that his knowledge on the subject was impressive. It was no surprise that when given the opportunity to begin work on a single president, Walt chose Lincoln. The Imagineers started by constructing Lincoln's head, picking up where they had left off.
Accepting until 10:30. Okay, I'm good then.
Gibson sculpted the figure's face, using the life mask as reference. Skin was created, again using the
Let's
Duraflex material,
fucking go.
and glass eyes and false teeth
what do I
were
want?
sourced to bring realism to the mechanical president. While sculptors and machinists worked on the physical construction of the figure, other members of the team began experimenting with an equally important element, a program.
Okay. I feel like I didn't really pay attention that much to this part because I'm ordering food, but I'm gonna be right back because I need to use the bathroom. So BRB. Oh wait, while I'm gone, I'm actually gonna put up a poll for the be right back screen because I want to know if you guys want what the fuck is it? Well, what the fuck is it? Boom bap. Boom bap rap. I want to know if you guys would want like a spinning bat or a spinning me, because I feel like either way it'd be really cute. Where the fuck do I do that? I think it's here. Stream manager. Which spin bat, spin me. Allow additional votes. Anybody can say whatever they want. 5 minutes. Start poll. Okay. BRB. Is there any music that I can play that'll go on in the background while I'm gone? You know what we should watch after this? We should watch another Defunctland episode. And it is going to be new cabaret video. Save to watch later. It is going to be the 100 Leagues Under the Sea, or is it 1,000? I think it's 1,000 Leagues Under the Sea video. And then we'll watch another one. I'm in a YouTube binging mood because I didn't get that out of the way today because I just watched anime. Here we go. Cat playlist. Bum ba ba bum. Ba 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 bum 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 bum. Ba 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 bum ba bum bum bum. Dun 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 dun. Perfect. Okay, I'm back. Ordering food. Yippee! What else do I want? Bum 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 ba 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 bum. I like bingsu. I like taiyaki, and I like refreshers. Bum 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 bum. Lychee lemonade. They don't have my fave. Oh well, that's okay. I can live. I can live. I only get this once every like 6 months as a little treat. I spend all my money on food. Just know that whenever you support me as a streamer, when you use that Twitch Prime, I'm buying coffee. I'm buying coffee and I'm buying the membership to stream with my iPad. The two things. Do I get a lychee lemonade? Ooh, thinking about it. Ba-ba-bam. Ba-ba-bam. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, I'm gonna get this. I'm getting that. Mango or berry? That's the real question. Poll ended. 0-0. Damn. I think I'm gonna do a spinning bat because it looks cute. Or a Totoro. That'd be adorable. Okay, mango or berry? Very difficult decisions are being made right now. Can I handle the pressure? No. I love both of these. I hate going to grocery stores because this is literally like I get stressed out over making the tiniest decisions. And if I have a list, it's way easier. But if I don't have a list and I go into a grocery store, I'm panicked. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? What am I even doing? And then I stress buy something. Fuck you, grocery stores. Fuck your capitalism. Anyways, mango or berry? Oh my god. Shit. Love mango. Also love berry. This one comes with strawberries, and I have strawberries in the fridge, so I'm gonna go mango. Easiest decision ever. Wait, there's Fruity Pebbles? No, I don't want it. If it's not fruit, I don't want it. Okay, this should be it. Include utensils, please. Ba-ba-bum. In half an hour. Perfect. Can get partially way through with the defunct land. Lovely, lovely. Alright. Processing order. We're so back. Alrighty. Enough of this. Look at that cat. Isn't it such a cute cat? Oh my god. Okay. Here we go. Back to this. Half an hour. That is... Oh, I ordered from a different place that I thought I ordered. Okay.
Training system. Up until this point, the talking heads created by the Imagineers had been operated live with joysticks and similar manual controls.
How's the volume?
Some
Hopefully
of these
it's okay.
mechanisms were custom built, utilizing technology that had been developed for aviation. Despite being state-of-the-art at the time, these controls were clunky and unreliable, and the method was only suitable for testing and demonstration. For One Nation Under God and other shows, the goal was to create an entire stage play that could be activated at the push of a button and played dozens of times per day. The Imagineers needed a way to record, store, and play back the figure's movements. The first attempt at such a system was developed by Jack Gladish and utilized two things that were abundant at the Disney studio: film stock and moviolas. Moviolas were film editing machines that allowed an editor to play back the film while working, but Gladish would use them for an entirely different purpose. Instead of exposing the film stock to light and capturing a series of images, Gladish simply used the film as a canvas. On the surface of the film, Gladish brushed conductive silver paint. He then attached
I should have not done this all in one layer.
So that when the reel was
Oopsies.
played, a contact would graze the film's surface. When the silver paint would touch the contact, a circuit would be closed.
Oopsies made a whoopsies. $100,000 oops made me
When the
loopy.
silver was absent, the circuit would open, causing the solenoid to return to its resting position. This ingenious, albeit crude method was already far better than the programming systems that most automatons used. The duration of a camshaft program was only as long as it took for the cylinder to complete one rotation, while Gladish's film stock method could fit hundreds of feet of programmed information onto a single reel. Multiple shows could be created and swapped out by simply changing the reel of film, with no need to change the mechanism.
Wait, is that why it's called Instagram Reels?
The system
Because it's like a... Guys, I'm so stupid. That's why it's called Instagram Reels?
also had plenty of issues. For one, the silver paint began to chip rather quickly, and the program needed to be repainted constantly. Second, this was not an efficient way to store information. Only 6 tracks of paint could be placed onto a single reel, meaning that only 6 movements could be programmed onto each moviola. Walt was constantly asking that Lincoln be capable of performing additional, complex movements, which meant more mechanisms, and therefore, more tracks needed to control them. If this method were to be used for Lincoln, an entire room of moviolas would need to be dedicated to the programming. If it were to be used for all of the presidents, an entire warehouse of moviolas would be required, each of which needed to be synchronized perfectly with one another every single show. Gladish's system was a huge step forward, but a more advanced system would still need to be developed for the attraction. Walt continued to request that additional nuances be installed in Lincoln's face.
That's so much
the head was
things.
becoming quite heavy. This clashed with another of Walt's requests, that Lincoln would start each show seated and then rise from his chair to deliver a speech. Walt enlisted Mark Davis to work on the figure, having him focus on all of the mechanisms below the neck. Davis already had an interest in human anatomy, and after joining the team, he began studying prosthetic technology. Davis recalled that, quote, "It was the British who had done the most work on prosthetics, how to make an artificial hand or an artificial leg, because Britain had been bombed so heavily that there were more people in need of that there than in other countries."
Damn.
Davis compiled his research into a booklet. This was filled with theories and sketches of how the team might accomplish animating Lincoln. Davis explained, quote, "It was rough, and the most terrible thing was that Walt wanted Lincoln to be pretty sophisticated. We didn't have the technology for it. I have a notebook that I did, how to build a mechanical man. And all of this was wrong.
Wait, the
We weren't
British were
building a
most
mechanical man. We were
bombed?
building an illusion of man. That took a while to soak into me, and into everybody else." In 1960,
That doesn't
Walt began
sound
negotiating
right.
with major corporations to build Disney attractions at the 1964 New York World's Fair. This was an
Maybe
opportunity
just
to
for
showcase the talent of the
prosthetics.
Disney organization to East Coast audiences and develop new technology for Disneyland using sponsorship money. Walt was interested in finding a sponsor for One Nation Under God and debuting the attraction at the fair. However, the Imagineers informed him that the technology necessary to operate the entire Hall of Presidents show was at least 5 to 10 years away. Development continued on the animated figure, as Walt sought to secure partnerships for other attractions at the fair. At the same time, Walt and the Imagineers continued to make improvements to Disneyland. In early 1960, Disneyland management flagged the Pavilion restaurant as a venue in need of a refurbishment. Since the restaurant straddled Main Street USA and Adventureland, the theming was inconsistent throughout the dining space and the menu. To solve this, Walt tasked his Imagineers with creating a tea room themed to Polynesia.
Well,
John Hench drew concept art of the space, and the art prominently featured birds in cages suspended above the heads of diners.
you know, I feel like everything would have aged so much better if they had maybe, I don't know, for example, not a white man designing everything. Now, crazy concept, especially back then. But just think of how good everything would have aged if they just had someone, any person of color in that room. Holy
Walt
shit.
rejected the idea, believing that the birds would defecate in the guests' food.
Oh.
Hench pivoted and claimed that the birds in the art were actually mechanical birds. This idea was approved, and development on the Enchanted Tiki Room began. The restaurant borrowed many elements from the Chinatown restaurant concept, including the format of the dinner show and the use of programmed animated figures. As automaton makers had been doing for thousands of years, the Imagineers took advantage of the unique properties of birds, finding it much easier and quicker to achieve lifelike movement with the tiki birds than the Lincoln figure. Still, Walt demanded more naturalism than had ever been achieved with mechanical birds. Specifically, he wanted the birds to be able to puff out their chest as they sang. This was a particularly difficult task for designer Harriet Burns, who had to find a fabric that allowed for this motion. As with the talking heads, solenoids would be utilized. These were placed inside of the bird's back and would give the birds the ability to quickly open and close their beaks. However, solenoids were too jarring and limited to provide all the realistic movements that the Imagineers wanted to achieve. To accomplish fluid motions, pneumatic tubes using pressurized air were designed. A pressurized air system would be housed outside of the showroom, and tubes would be routed into the mechanical birds. This allowed for stronger, slower motion, which the Imagineers could easily customize.
I'm kind of doing puppetry right now.
Like the solenoid,
when you think about it,
mechanisms were digital, meaning that there were only two states, activated and resting. A joystick control was created for the birds, revealing the range
I'm making an image talk.
Characters. The joystick control had two buttons, one on the top of the handle that puffed the bird's chest, and one on the base that opened the bird's beak. Tilting the top of the handle forward nodded the bird's head. Pushing the entire lever tilted the bird's body, and rotating the handle side to side turned the bird's head. A few of the bird's movements were designed so that it had two extreme activated positions, with a resting position in the middle. For instance, while the joystick control and the pneumatic pressure gave the appearance that an operator could turn the bird's head gradually in either direction, in reality there were only three positions: resting, which in this case was looking forward, activated left, and activated right. The movement could not be stopped between these positions. Thanks to these advancements, the Imagineers were building the animated figures for the Tiki Room restaurant quicker, cheaper, and more predictably than any of the mechanical human figures. Because of this, the dinner show starring the singing tropical birds was fast-tracked through development. The only missing component was a reliable system to record and playback the performance. The necessary breakthrough finally came thanks to a unique collaboration between several departments at the Disney studio, with the sound engineers, electricians, and machinists working together to create a custom programming system for the figures. This new method controlled the animation, not with paint, but with sound tones. In order to understand how this worked, it is necessary to understand the basics of sound recording. Sound is produced by vibrations. Human ears have a thin layer of skin, referred to as the eardrum, that responds to these vibrations and converts them into electrical signals.
Guys, it's the little snail that we all have.
As a sound. In order to replicate this process using a machine, a mechanical eardrum, known as a diaphragm, responds to the sound waves, and this movement is converted into an electrical signal.
Oh shit, wait, where are my keys?
The recording head passes over a tape.
Where are my keys? It says it's heading to me, and I have 10 minutes. I'm sure I have more time, but just in case... Yeah, I definitely have more time. At tip. Here you go. But, what was I gonna say? Just in case I randomly up and leave. I will put this on another tab. Okay. Oof. Going away until they're over there, and then I'll head up, and hopefully I know where my keys are.
Tape coated with a magnetic material. As it does,
magnetic
the electrical signal alters the orientation of the magnetic particles, imprinting the signal onto the tape and recording the sound. For playback, the process is reversed, with a playhead reading the stored magnetic information, converting it back into an electrical signal, and sending it to a diaphragm. This diaphragm vibrates, producing the sound that emits from a speaker. This process of recording sound has more uses than simply audio playback, and the engineers at the Disney studio devised a way to utilize this technology to create a system to control the animated figures. Instead of using a microphone to capture sound waves and convert them into electrical signals, the live controls that the engineers were using, such as the joysticks, already controlled the figures using electrical signals. Just like sound, these signals could be recorded and stored onto a magnetic tape. If the signals from the live controls were played through a speaker, they would likely not sound pleasant, producing fuzzy, buzzing tones similar to electrical noise. Instead of sending this electrical signal through a playback head and to a speaker, the signal could be sent to a machine. This way, the Imagineers could use it to program the mechanical figures. When a tone was detected, it would activate a mechanism on the figure. This system functions similarly to the silver paint method, but the process was already a significant improvement. For one, the magnetic tape would not flake off like the silver paint. Additionally, the Imagineers could now program the figure's movements in real time, as opposed to before, when they were estimating the timing when painting with the silver. Magnetic tape recording had been around for decades by this point, and recent advancements had made the process more efficient. Master tapes were now often separated into 8 different tracks, meaning that 8 actions could be easily programmed onto a single master tape. This was already an improvement over the 6 actions of the silver paint method, but still not nearly enough to program a single figure, let alone a stage full of them. The Imagineers needed to fit multiple actions on a single track of audio. Luckily, a method to do this had already been created by aerospace engineers, who developed the technology for aviation and the space race. To understand this process, it is necessary to understand a bit more about sound waves. Sound waves are characterized by amplitude and frequency. When visualized, amplitude is the height of the wave and determines the amount of energy that the wave carries. In sound, this translates to loudness and volume. Raise the amplitude, the sound becomes louder. Lower the amplitude, the sound becomes quieter. Frequency is the number of cycles the sound wave makes per second, measured in hertz. In sound, this affects the character of the noise. A higher frequency is perceived as a higher pitch or tone. A lower frequency is perceived as a lower pitch or tone. A simple sine wave such as this would result in a single consistent tone, which is very rare in nature. Most sounds are made up of many waves of varying frequencies that combine into a complex wave. For instance, if 3 tones occur at once, one with a low frequency, one with a mid-range frequency, and one with a high frequency, the resulting compound wave would look like this. More complex sounds, such as a fully orchestrated music track or the human voice, have even more detailed sound waves.
You can hear that
This
in the
combining
background.
effect is a natural occurrence, so the Imagineers could easily place multiple
You can hear in the background how it keeps like going up and down and stuff.
sounds onto a single track. When recording the figures, the Imagineers assigned each action its own frequency.
Now it's getting
For instance,
quieter.
the tongue on the mechanical head might be controlled by a tone with a frequency
Quieter.
of 350 Hz, while the corners of the mouth might be controlled by a tone of 400 Hz. The sound engineers needed to distribute the frequencies throughout the tape's recording range, so that there was enough buffer between the actions to avoid interference. After all of the frequencies were recorded, they would naturally form a compound sound wave. But the individual information was not lost, it just needed to be decoded. The method to separate the actions on playback required a set of metal reeds, arranged in a bank. This appeared similar to a xylophone, and the process was not dissimilar to the musical instrument. In a xylophone, each key produces a different tone, determined by the size
Not
and
what I meant
shape
to
of the
do.
key. In the reed bank, each metal reed is tuned to respond to a different tone. When a reed registered its resonant frequency, it vibrated, closing a circuit and triggering an action. For instance, if the Imagineers chose to control the corners of the mouth using a frequency of 400 Hz, a metal reed would be created to respond to frequencies of 400 Hz, and this reed would be connected to the circuit that controlled the corners of the mouth. The electric sound signal from the master tape was sent to the entire reed bank. Each reed listened to the entire range of sound, but could only respond to their assigned frequencies. This new method allowed for 10 to 20 actions per track, meaning that an 8-track master tape could have as many as 160 actions on it. The animated figures that utilized this system of audio tones were given the name audio animatronics. The term animatronics was a combination of animation and electronics, but the audio part has a disputed etymology. The most common explanation is that the audio in audio animatronics refers to the sound that emits from or near the figure. The fact that the animated figures can produce sound and synchronize their movements with it is what makes them audio animatronics. Sometimes, though, Disney and the Imagineers working on the project have said that the audio in audio animatronics is derived from the fact that the figures are controlled by audio tones. To illustrate this confusion,
Place it.
here's a clip of Walt Disney and a bird disagreeing on the origin of the term.
Oh,
Audio for sound.
See, and electronically animated by sound. That's what he's trying to say.
While 160 actions might seem like more than the Imagineers would need, it was still not enough to control an entire show. On top of the animated figures' actions, space needed to be dedicated to the program's audio tracks and lighting controls. The final piece to addressing this issue would be another system created outside of the Disney studio, a technology developed not for entertainment, but for nuclear war.
Oh shit.
Imagineers utilized systems originally invented for the Polaris submarine-launched ballistic missile. There are mixed reports on exactly how Disney acquired this technology, and what exactly the technology was. Some sources claim that the information had been declassified. Some say that Walt purchased the patents from private companies, and a few imply that Walt might have been given the information by his internal contacts within the US government. That said, it was not a secret that Disney was utilizing technology developed for Polaris. In fact, the primary source that they used it at all was Walt himself, who explained in interviews that, quote, "If the government hadn't done all the research, it would have cost us a fortune to develop the system." This made for a great headline, but the exact technology borrowed from the nuclear missiles was more practical than it was compelling. Most reports indicate that the technology that derived from Polaris was a 14-track tape system. This nearly doubled the number of actions that could be used in a show. Finally, the system could handle the amount of programmable material that the Imagineers required. There was just one more feature needed to bring the animatronics, specifically Lincoln, to life. In order for the Lincoln animatronic to rise from his chair, hydraulics would be implemented into his frame. Hydraulics are mechanisms that use the pressure of fluid to achieve movements. This was the best option for heavy machinery, as unlike magnets or air pressure, hydraulic fluid does not noticeably compress when force is applied. Hydraulics would allow Lincoln to accomplish demanding tasks, such as standing up
Guys, this
and
is like
lifting a bar.
FNAF.
They also had another key advantage over
And the
solenoids
Mimic.
and pneumatics. Hydraulics could perform continuous analog movements, while solenoid and pneumatic valves
And
were only capable of binary.
I
or
forget her
digital
name,
movements.
but the
Hydraulic
fox.
valves could be made to stop at any point between its two
The girl
extremes.
fox.
This required a slight variation in the programming method. While the pneumatics and solenoids responded to the presence or absence of a tone, the hydraulics responded to a change in voltage. A resting position for each movement was determined, along with a corresponding resting voltage. When the voltage was increased, the mechanism would move in one direction in response. If the voltage stayed at that level, the mechanism would remain in that position. If the voltage was decreased, the mechanism would move in the opposite direction. The combination of these mechanisms, along with the complex programming method, made human animatronics feasible. Still, it was a daunting task to finish one. And while
Oh,
work
Jesus
continued on the Lincoln
Christ.
figure, the new programming system would be put to use in the Enchanted Tiki Room. Despite originally being designed as a dinner show, the Tiki Room had become so complicated and impressive that Walt felt it deserved to be its own attraction. The new show would feature
Great.
225 animated figures,
225?
singing plants, and chanting totem poles. Even with hundreds of possible actions, the Imagineers still needed to get creative with the show's programming. The show's hosts were given more
225?
actions and a wider range of movement than some of the background bursts.
Jesus
Several characters
Christ.
shared programming with one another to save room on the tape. Of course, all of the complicated systems and delicate machinery were completely hidden from guests, and when the attraction debuted at Disneyland in June of 1963, it was pure magic.
All the birds sing words and the flowers croon in the dinky, 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 dinky room.
The room came to life in a way that had never been seen before, and yet, this was only the beginning of what audio animatronics could achieve.
Very interesting. Chapter 4. The Resurrection of Abraham Lincoln. And that's where I'm going to put my BRB screen on because I think my food's almost here. Cat playlist. Ba 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 ba. Be right back. It'll probably take like 5-ish minutes. I swear I'm a good streamer. This is just an off day. Are we hanging out today? Tonight, maybe. Also, I'm back. Hello. Hello, everyone. I mean, maybe. What do you want from me? Bam. Bam. Okay, I'm gonna eat. And I'm gonna continue the Defunctland playlist. Turn down the music? No, what about the video? Watch. Surely God would not have created such a being as man with the ability to grasp the infinite to exist only for a day. No. Man was made for immortality.
In April of 1962, Walt Disney gave a tour of the Disney studio
Blah, blah, blah.
to the president of the upcoming 1964 New York World's Fair, Robert Moses. Walt was planning on bringing multiple Disney attractions to the fair, and he and Moses had developed a professional relationship as the event approached. Wanting to impress Moses, Walt offered to give him a preview of a secret project. Not only was the Lincoln animatronic a secret to those outside of Walt Disney Productions, but it had become a secret within the organization as well. Conflicts had arisen between the electrical engineers and the sound engineers, partly due to the rules of their respective unions. Walt, who famously had little patience or respect for unions, had decided to move Lincoln to a secret room at the Disney studio in January of 1962, allowing only his inner circle, namely Wathel Rogers, Jack Gladish, and Mark Davis, to continue work on the figure. As was customary with Walt's special guest drop-ins, the team was given little time to prepare Lincoln for the demonstration. When Moses entered the secret room, the Imagineers, operating the animatronic live, had Lincoln rise from his chair and reach out his arm. Moses shook hands with the 16th president in complete disbelief and declared, quote, "I won't open the fair without that exhibit." Walt informed him that the figure and the rest of the Hall of Presidents would not be ready in time, but Moses was insistent. The animatronic had to debut at the fair, and after some convincing, Walt agreed. Abraham Lincoln, 100 years after his death, was going to New York to deliver a speech. Moses had persuaded Walt to bring his Lincoln animatronic to the World's Fair, but convincing a sponsor to fund the expensive exhibit would prove to be more difficult. The One Nation Under God show, with its Hall of Presidents, would be far too expensive for any one sponsor, and the Imagineers were still struggling to get one president operating reliably, far from the 34 required for the attraction. Walt decided to scale the show down to showcase just the Lincoln animatronic, who would deliver an address directly to the audience. This caught the attention of the state of Illinois, the self-proclaimed Land of Lincoln, who were interested in sponsoring a state pavilion at the fair and potentially including the animatronic Lincoln as the main attraction. Illinois state officials were flown to California to view the figure, and like Moses, they were more than impressed. By August of 1963, a deal had been made. The state of Illinois allocated $1 million for their pavilion, with a significant portion going to the Lincoln figure. Disney had requested $600,000 to deliver and maintain the animatronics for the 2 seasons of the fair, and after some questionable accounting assistance from Moses, the arrangement was finalized and announced to the public. This is when the protests began. Concerns over animating a real historical person had existed since the impetus of the project. While monuments and wax museums were common and featured realistic 3-dimensional depictions of historical figures, replicating and animating a dead person was another story. Some historians believe Walt might have been inspired by an attraction at the 1933 Century of Progress Fair in Chicago, referred to as the Talking Presidents. This show featured figures of 6 U.S. presidents delivering pre-recorded speeches. These figures did have the ability to stand, but they likely had no animation beyond this. There's no proof that Walt saw this show, and the attraction was not widely reported on at the time. Therefore, the first time that the public would truly ponder the ethics of animating a historical figure would be with Walt's Lincoln animatronic, and the descent began within the Disney organization. Imagineer Harriet Burns initially believed, quote, "No, we can't do the presidents. They actually existed. If we make a mistake, everybody will know." Sculptor Blaine Gibson explained, quote, "My feeling was that we shouldn't be fooling with something that Americans considered to be historically sacred." When Walt showed the prototype to a minister, he was aghast, responding, quote, "It was all right for you to bring fairy tales to life and for you to create a human-like mouse, but to create a man, that's usurping the powers of a higher authority." These initial objections were just the beginning of the flood of criticism the project would receive upon announcement. Newspapers in Illinois called the concept of a Lincoln robot grotesque, The Herald and Review deemed it, quote, a cheap carnival trick that would demean the memory of Lincoln and degrade the Illinois exhibit. Walt and Moses traveled to Illinois to give a presentation on the project to the state legislature in hopes of quelling the negative press. Walt explained at the meeting, quote, I have more at stake in this than the state of Illinois. I am staking my reputation on this, my integrity. I am not a carnival operator. Walt's presentation helped ease some concerns, but it did not dispel all criticism. One person that attended the presentation argued that, quote, it's almost as ghoulish as the idea to play a mock recording of the voices of the 4 presidents enshrined at Mount Rushmore.
This is not helping the frozen head allegations, I fear. Anywho.
Another scoffed, quote, the next thing they'll have Mouseketeers giving guided tours of the White House. Newspaper columnist David Feltz penned a scathing criticism of the figure's creation, writing, quote, the very idea of a life-size figure of Lincoln, fashioned from fiberglass and plastic, animated and given a tape-recorded voice, is revolting even if the figure should be exhibited only in a wax museum on a carnival midway. But that such a macabre effigy is to be the central attraction of the Illinois exhibit should stir vigorous protest here in Lincoln country. Walt moved forward with the project despite the pushback, and he would end up building 3 additional attractions for the fair, each of which prominently featured audio animatronics. PepsiCo's UNICEF Pavilion would feature It's a Small World, a boat ride through scenes in which the children of the world sang in harmony. Most of the characters in the ride were simple mechanical figures animated using cams and levers, but a select few were programmed with magnetic tape and synchronized with the ride's music. Ford's Magic Skyway, a road trip through time, would feature mechanical cavemen and dinosaurs. Like It's a Small World, not all of the figures in the ride would be audio animatronics, but the few that were would add dimension and energy to their respective scenes. General Electric's Progress Land would feature the Disney attraction at the fair with the most audio animatronics, the Carousel of Progress. A direct evolution from Edison Square's Harnessing the Lightning show, the Carousel of Progress would follow a family experiencing the evolution of technology throughout the 20th century. The Imagineers designed and constructed 32 audio animatronic figures for the attraction. While all were controlled by the show's master tape, some figures were more simple than others. As with the original pitch for the attraction, these basic figures would only be seen for a short time, and the characters were designed to appear as if they were operating a household appliance. Other animatronics in the show would be complex and would remain in view for several minutes. John, the father of the show's fictional family, had 30 unique programmable actions, and 4 versions of the character would appear throughout the attraction, one in each of the show's 4 acts. Recording the performance of the human animatronics turned out to be much more difficult than recording the Tiki Birds. There were 3 main methods the Imagineers used to record the animatronic performance onto the tape. The first was the joysticks. These were used mainly for the Tiki Birds, but they could be used for human animatronics as well. The downside to this method was the limited number of actions that the joystick could control, and the awkwardness of puppeteering a human with the handheld mechanism. The second method was controlling individual actions by turning knobs or adjusting sliders on a board. This would eventually become the standard way of programming Disney's animatronics, with custom control consoles designed to assist in the process. However, these consoles would not be created until after the fair opened, so the primary method for recording human animatronics for the fair attractions would be the third option, the most interesting method. For the Carousel of Progress, John and other members of the family were programmed by the Imagineers, mainly Wathel Rogers, using a specially designed control harness. This device was prominently featured on Disney's television special covering the fair attraction.
I'm back.
And Walt acknowledged its strange look to the audience.
Now this contraption here might look like something from outer space.
While many have speculated that this method was faked for television, Wathel Rogers and others have confirmed that it was real, functional, and apparently as painful as it appears.
Ooh.
The benefits of the control harness
Oh
were
my
that
God.
multiple movements could be recorded
Springtrap,
at once,
sorry.
and the programmer was performing similar body movements to the ones that they wanted the figure to replicate. The drawbacks, though,
excuse
far
me.
outnumbered the benefits. The programmer's movements were not directly copied to the figure, with the harness not being sensitive enough to perfectly replicate the range of motion. As
Dude,
a
being
result,
trapped in
the
that
actor needed
sounds
to exaggerate their
more
movements to
awful.
make up for this.
The operator of the control harness has to be a bit of a ham actor, as you can see.
Because the hydraulics position was determined by the tones, the programmer needed to start and finish their performance in the same position, or else it would cause a jump in the voltage, causing the figure to spasm. In order to get the exact performance, the programmer needed to be in the harness for several hours, rehearsing and recording the movements again and again until it was properly recorded onto the tape. All of the actions could not be recorded at once, so the scene had to be performed by the programmer several times, each take focusing on a different category of motion. A mouth harness was also created to capture jaw movements, in order to match the figure's mouth closer to the vocal performance. The Imagineers would spend hours and hours recording different aspects of the animatronic onto tape, before combining them all onto a submaster. Only after doing this would the Imagineers be able to see all of their work put together. Dozens of actions, such as the moving of
How
limbs
much are they
and the
getting
timing of the mouth,
paid?
all recorded separately in isolation, needed
Like
to be synchronized
dimes?
to create a convincing illusion of life. If the timing of one or more of the actions was off, the Imagineers could adjust the timing of the tape. But if this was not enough to solve the issue, Rogers would have to put the harness back on. He recalled, quote, "I remember times when I was in that harness so long, with everything so tight and so tense, that I'd come unglued. I don't think I've ever recovered from some of that stuff." While the recording process was tedious and uncomfortable, the result was mind-blowing. The Carousel Progress's narrator was capable of speaking, blinking, turning his head,
Wait,
lifting his arms.
would this count as the first? No, not VTuber. It wouldn't be a VTuber. It would be a flesh tuber.
And more. One thing he could not do was stand up, and he appeared seated in all 4 acts. John was the most complex audio animatronic that guests could view when the New York World's Fair opened on April 22nd, 1964. But that was only because one audio animatronic was not working.
Oh,
As the fair approached, the criticisms of the Lincoln
Excuse me.
animatronic continued to surround the upcoming attraction. Walt's response to the objections remained consistent. His defense was his dedication to an authentic portrayal of Lincoln, almost as though if he were somehow able to perfectly reanimate Lincoln in a way that was indistinguishable from the real human man, there would be no reason to object to such an endeavor. This did not stop journalists and the public from debating the ethics of the animatronic, and some questioned why the robotic animation was necessary to the show at all. Even Blaine Gibson admitted
Oops.
that he initially believed that, quote, "It seemed like it was something that could be done much better by actors. I just didn't think we could do it in an acceptable way." Interpretations of Lincoln by live actors was commonplace, both in theater and in film and television. These performances were often praised and were viewed as respectful portrayals of the 16th president. So why did Walt not go this route for the Lincoln show? In hindsight, the suggestion feels
Stubborn.
preposterous. Walt and the Imagineers had spent 5 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars developing the animatronic.
Money.
Of course, they wouldn't throw all that away and proceed with the Lincoln impersonator. But to the public that was hearing of the show for the first time, and that were not aware of all the work that had already been done, it was a valid question. Of all of the audio animatronic attractions created for the fair, the Lincoln show was the most questionable use of the technology. The cavemen in Ford's Magic Skyway and the dolls in It's a Small World were on simple loops, too tedious and repetitive for an actor to perform. Plus, these were cartoonish, stylized depictions of humans. Some Imagineers had suggested doing the same with Lincoln, hoping that if the animatronic appeared more like a caricature, the public would be less critical of the depiction. Walt rejected the idea, demanding, quote, "No, I want him to
No.
breathe. I want him to be alive."
Jesus
Carousel of Progress
Christ.
featured realistic human figures, but the show required these characters to instantly transition between sets, costumes, and appearances. In this case, the omission of actors was understandable, as the technology was being used to accomplish something that actors could not. This was not the case with the Lincoln show. The show that would debut at the fair, titled Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, was simply Abraham Lincoln, alone, in a theater, delivering a speech. Why could this not be an actor? Why was Walt doing this? Apart from a personal passion for the technology, one of the arguably benign reasons was also Walt's
Benign.
defense: realism. No human actor, even with prosthetics and makeup, could have the build and facial structure of the real Abraham Lincoln.
Sure they could.
Animatronic, on the other hand, was sculpted
There's plenty
from an
of
actual life
Lincoln
mask. His
lookalikes.
body and face could be constructed to look identical to the real president. However, it wasn't. The Imagineers
Yes.
learned quickly that real did not always appear accurate. For instance, Gibson made subtle changes to the animatronic's face, specifically sculpting more pronounced cheekbones to better acclimate the figure to the public's collective memory of Lincoln's appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Another example of this distortion was the figure's height. The real Lincoln was 6'4", which was considered very tall, both in Lincoln's era and in the early 1960s, and also today. However, when the figure
also
was
today.
initially constructed to be 6'4", a common complaint from those previewing the animatronic was that Lincoln did not appear tall. The Imagineers decided to alter the figure's height to 6'7", distancing the animatronic
Jesus
from Lincoln's actual
Christ.
stature, but bringing him closer to the public's understanding that Lincoln was exceptionally tall. A similar liberty was taken with Lincoln's voice. For many decades, the public had assumed that Lincoln, known for his famous orations, had a deep and strong voice. By this point in the early 1960s, this misconception had been well corrected, and it was then common knowledge in academic circles that Lincoln had a high-pitched, shrill, bordering on unpleasant speaking voice. Despite this,
I did not know
decided to
that.
go with actor Royal Dano, who gave a deep and somber performance. During the recording session, Walt over-directed Dano, forcing him to do countless takes until an authentic exhaustion came through in the vocal performance. These are just a few instances in which Walt and the Imagineers were more concerned with building a figure that was accurate to the public's expectations of Lincoln, rather than designing one that was identical to the real human being. Even if the animatronic could achieve a closer resemblance to the
Disney
president,
magic,
the
bro.
human actor could behave more like the real Lincoln, as the real Lincoln was a human being. As impressive as the animatronic technology was becoming, it was nowhere near achieving the subtlety and range of motion of a real human. Walt's incessant requests for additional mannerisms did not let up, and he would often come into the studio with a new facial expression that he wanted Lincoln to mimic. As a result, Wathel Rogers had to put so many mechanisms in the head that he had to ask Blaine Gibson to sculpt a bump into Lincoln's skull, which would be carefully hidden by the animatronic's wig. The extra machinery allowed Lincoln to have 17 different facial expressions, but unsurprisingly, it was still limited compared to an actual human's face. So if it wasn't realism, what was the benefit of using the animatronic in Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln? The most obvious is that the technology was the star of the exhibit. Simply having an actor pretend to be Abraham Lincoln was not nearly as compelling as seeing a state-of-the-art robot pretend to be Abraham Lincoln. Walt sometimes claimed that the fact that it was such a unique experience would motivate audiences to listen closer to Lincoln's words than if they were being delivered by an actor. But this was not the only explanation he would give. In private, Walt acknowledged that he had some ulterior motives to the animatronics technology, but it is difficult to tell how serious these statements were. Jack Gladish remembers Walt admitting, quote, "I'm tired of finicky actors. I want to develop a fully animated, articulated human being to use in place of motion picture actors and actresses." Disney artist Frank Thomas believed that Walt's resentment toward his animators might have played a part in the animatronics development, recalling, quote, "We always felt that he never really knew how you animated, and he resented this to a certain extent. He always kidded about it. He'd tease us and needle us about, I'm gonna figure out a way to replace you guys, particularly
Jesus Christ. If Walt Disney learned about AI today, we would... And there's already, like, AI being used in Disney with that whole Wish, like, thing that happened. But what I'm trying to say is, like, if Walt Disney learned about AI today, we'd be fucked. Like, we'd be screwed. And it's not like we already aren't, but it'd just be 10 times worse. He's like the Elon Musk of that generation.
Teach them to animate. The first thing I'm gonna teach them to do.
No, I know it wasn't AI. It was this specific thing that they did. Here. Where is it? Was wiped by AI trying to make it more high quality. So when they posted this, I don't know if which one's the original picture? By whatever Twitter user posted. Okay. I knew it was a huge deal though. Because people thought it was real, including me. But yeah, it was strange. It was a strange little instance.
With all this kidding constantly, you knew there had to
Walt
be
Disney would
something in the back of
100%
his
use
mind that
AI
was bugging
though.
him. On one occasion, Walt argued that the animatronics were necessary for the logistics of a theme park attraction, explaining, quote, "You can't have human beings working 3 or 4 shifts. We can't afford to pay them, or they'll make mistakes, or somebody won't show up. We've got to figure out a way to have automated shows." Again, this reasoning, while true for the other Disney attractions at the fair, did not necessarily apply to Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. The format of the show would have required an actor to speak for around 5 minutes, with around a 10-minute break in between. It would be highly unlikely that using multiple actors, even with makeup artists and wardrobe assistants, would have been more expensive than the animatronic, which cost between $500,000 and $1 million to build.
Jesus
Adjusted for inflation,
Christ.
that's $5 to $10 million today.
Oh
And as
my
far as the
God.
lead actor not showing up for work, the animatronic was far less reliable, as evidenced by the fact that the Lincoln animatronic was not functioning when the fair opened. Realism, cost, and reliability might have all been pretext to obscure the true benefit of the animatronic technology in the eyes of Walt. His frustration that actors make mistakes and that they are finicky is evidence of his well-documented perfectionism and desire for control. The animatronic technology allowed him to literally dial in the exact performance he wanted. The mannerisms, the expressions, the timing could all be determined. There was no performer to interpret, to adjust, to adapt. Walt didn't need an actor to bring Lincoln to life through their craft. Walt could bring Lincoln to life, perfectly, every time, like a machine. Actually, a machine. There is one more theory as to why Walt decided to carry the torch of humanity's age-old search for mechanical life. Not for
Oh?
money, or power, or even control, but
Shit.
for no discernible reason at all. What if Walt was not aware of his own motivations? What if it was simply something inside of him?
I'm pretty
The same
sure he
thing
was
that had driven
aware.
automaton makers to experiment with the craft for thousands of years. Some innate curiosity, drive, ego, something deep inside.
Definitely a
not
part
just
of
Walt,
ego.
but humanity itself. There is some credence to this theory. When National Geographic reporter Robert DeRoos visited to view the progress on Lincoln, he asked Walt, quote, "Is anyone else doing this kind of thing?" To which Walt responded, quote, "I don't know anyone crazy enough." When New York's Parks Commissioner Newbold Morris asked Walt why he was doing this, Walt responded, quote, "Because I can't stop."
He was possessed by the spirit of Abraham Lincoln wanting to further his career. That's my theory. Guys, what do you think of my theory? He is as lifelike as I am, standing before you, perhaps more so.
On April 16, 1964, Lincoln passed his final testing in California and was shipped to New York City. The Imagineers then rushed to configure the show in the Illinois Pavilion. Lincoln was scheduled to deliver his
Was
first...
Disney segregated? Like, is that a thing that happened at the parks? Was never racially segregated. Okay. That's cool.
speech on April 20th at a preview for dignitaries and special guests of the fair.
That was like a
However,
lingering
when
question in the
Lincoln
back of my
installed
mind
and
during
the
all this.
Imagineers began testing, he did not work. The figure would go into fits, flailing his arms, freezing, and on at least one occasion, overshooting his chair and smashing it to pieces. There
Oh?
are several theories as to what the exact issue was. The most common story is that the power supply at the fair was different than the one that the Imagineers used when programming Lincoln in California. The fair's power supply was unreliable and experienced constant fluctuations. According to John Hench, these surges would change the electrical signals and cause Lincoln to go into spasms. The Imagineers pulled 20-hour days in an attempt to get the figure to work in time for the preview. To no avail.
Oh no.
When the day came, a full room of special guests were already seated to watch the show when Walt was informed by his team that Lincoln could not perform. Walt walked out onto the stage and delivered the bad news to the audience. The 1964 New York World's Fair opened without Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. and the Imagineers scrambled to get the attraction operating as soon as possible. Waltz and the team refused to debut the figure before it was fully ready, knowing that if the animatronic were to malfunction, this would only add fuel to the controversy surrounding it. With this in mind, the Imagineers developed clever solutions around the figure's unpredictability. Originally, the resting position of Lincoln was seated, and when a malfunction occurred or an input signal was lost, the figure would quickly return to its seated position. This often resulted in Lincoln slamming into his chair, causing an abrupt and unsightly end to the show. The solution was to change the figure's resting position to be upright, so that when something went wrong, Lincoln simply remained standing. This way, the show could be stopped, with Lincoln retaining his dignity and saving the cost of another replacement chair. Additional safeguards were added to the attraction, such as CCTVs so that the operations could watch the show and quickly shut it down if a malfunction occurred. After over a week of long, stressful recalibration sessions with the figure, the Imagineers were able to get the animatronic to perform correctly. Mark Davis recalled, quote, "Mr. Lincoln went through his performance, and God, not one glitch. We wanted to hug him. The only thing was, you couldn't go up and hug a big piece of machinery like that because it could kill you. This thing had 500 pounds of hydraulic pressure. It could kill you.
My
Sometimes
God.
we worked on it and forgot that it wasn't a human being. This thing could floor you." Of course, this certainly never stopped Walt from messing around with the animatronic.
Jesus
In fact,
Christ.
it's somewhat of a miracle that he didn't get his hand ripped off by one of these things. Perhaps they knew better than to mess with him. 2 weeks after the fair opened, on May 2nd, 1964, Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln officially debuted, and audiences were finally able to witness the reanimation of the 16th President of the United States.
Oh boy.
The world has never had a good definition of the word liberty.
Even before its first performance, the attraction had already been deemed the most controversial exhibit at the fair, but many skeptics left the show impressed. The Imagineers programmed Lincoln to behave in a very subtle, dignified manner. Selective dynamic lighting assisted in the illusion, highlighting the most impressive aspects of the figure while hiding many of its defects. The
Slay.
script that Alger and Walt had landed on also received praise. The speech was not the Gettysburg Address, which the two felt was too predictable. Rather, a script had been written that incorporated excerpts from several of Lincoln's addresses. When initial reviews were published, the voice performance by actor Royal Dano received more criticism than the animatronic figure.
Oh.
Although some reviewers believe Dano achieved Lincoln's high-pitched, nasally voice better than other impersonators had. While the press was warming up to the animatronic Lincoln, the general response from the public was disbelief. Some people that were unaware of the premise of the attraction simply assumed that the machine was a real person. Imagineer Gordon Williams told people in the lobby after the show speculating, quote, "I bet that guy gets tired after doing that all day," and, quote, "They must have more than one actor, and they take turns." Some were so convinced by the illusion that they misremembered Lincoln doing something that the figure could not have possibly done, such as one reporter who claimed that the animatronic had the ability to walk forward. Some even believed that Walt Disney was lying, and that Lincoln was a human actor pretending to be a robot. A few guests
This is exactly what I mean by Walt Disney made Americans more stupid.
But most were simply spellbound. It was common for audience members to become emotional, as if they were really seeing the 16th president in person, Abraham Lincoln's great-grandson.
You know what this reminds me of? Let me pull up the one thing. In Ohio. Have you guys seen this?
Jesus was seen.
Where, Rachel?
Oh my God.
Where, Rachel?
Show me to me, please.
I feel so bad for this
Send
lady.
it to me, Rachel.
It was literally seen in Ohio.
Please send it to me.
Why does it slow down? Anyways, she completely believes that Jesus was seen in Ohio. Send it to me, Rachel. These people still exist today, bro. People who believe that they saw Abraham Lincoln at Walt Disney's Disneyland are the same people who believe Jesus was found in Ohio. Out of all of the places that Jesus would come down from, why the fuck would he spawn in Ohio? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's more likely to see Jesus in Ohio than Abraham Lincoln. They're both dead. How is it more likely?
Robert Todd Lincoln Beckwith attended.
Okay, but if Christians are right, he'll come back. Wouldn't they, like, I don't know, just be like a little worried they're not going to heaven? I don't know why he'd pick Ohio. It doesn't make any sense. Why Ohio? Wouldn't they have like religious guilt or whatever it's called and be like, oh shit, I've done like bad things in my life, like I'm not gonna get resurrected or whatever the fuck it's called, sent up there?
Ended the attraction, reportedly watching the show 3 consecutive times, crying during each viewing.
Oh,
Science fiction author Ray Bradbury would praise the animatronic, writing, quote, "In such an age, it would be foolhardy to ignore the one man who is building human qualities into robots. Robots whose influence will be ricocheting off social and political institutions 10,000 afternoons
one man
from
is
today."
generous.
Disney has set the history of humanized robots on its way toward wider, more fantastic excursions into the needs of civilization. While the general consensus was that the Lincoln figure was impressive and respectful, it would be inaccurate to claim that all criticism vanished. Journalist Mike McGrady wrote, quote, "What it is, it's a thing. It's a thing
What
that
it
looks and
is,
acts
ho,
precisely as
what's
Abraham Lincoln would
up?"
have looked and acted
Sorry.
if he'd only been a robot." The face, stretched over a rigid plastic base, reflected all the subtle emotional variations of a drowsy goldfish. In his review, McGrady claims that the audience he sat with was unimpressed, with one patron saying, quote, "It was disconcerting. He didn't seem to know what he was saying," with another adding,
Yeah, I
quote,
couldn't make it out
"Certainly
either.
it's sick, 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 but it's also fascinating. With just a few refinements, Disney can make human beings obsolete." One editorial writer, Ralph H. Johnson, wrote that the Lincoln figure was, quote, "dignified but seemingly arthritic," questioning, quote, "Why could not a real-life actor have spoken the lines?" The answer, of course, is that the exhibit would have been a flop. Its success depends upon its appeal as a freak show. Try as the inventor might, cold death will not surrender Mr. Lincoln.
Damn.
Novelist John Gardner argued what made the, quote, "obviously dead figure horrible was the ghastly suggestion, which had never occurred to Disney and his people, that all religion and patriotism are a sham and a delusion, an affair for monstrous automatons."
Hey,
In
yo.
Richard Nichols' derisive book, The Disney Version, he claimed, quote, "Disney, caught in the grip of his technical mania and protected by his awesome innocence about aesthetic and philosophical matters, had brought forth a monster of wretched taste. Are we really supposed to revere this ridiculous contraption, this weird agglomeration of wires and plastic? Here is the dehumanization of art in its final extremity."
I mean,
Criticisms of Lincoln's robotic resurrection persisted, but overall, the public was more excited about the possibilities of animatronics than they were concerned with their moral implications. Thus, the age of audio animatronics had begun. The
yeah.
world was quickly populated with a new breed of mechanical life. After the first season of the fair, the Lincoln animatronic was moved to Disneyland, where it would perform in the Opera House on Main Street. A new and improved figure was built for the fair's second season, and by the summer of 1965, Walt had 2 Lincoln animatronics performing simultaneously, one on each coast. After the fair concluded, the Carousel of Progress and It's a Small World would be moved to Disneyland, and Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln became a permanent fixture of the park. Toward the end of 1965,
I don't
Walt
like
had
the
diverted
shadow.
much of his attention to his plans for a city of the future, his experimental prototype, Community of Tomorrow. But when he was developing ideas for Disneyland, animatronics were a core element of the new attractions. Several concepts that had been in the works for years, such as a tour of a haunted house or an encounter with a rogues gallery of pirates, evolved into expansive immersive rides, in which guests would be flanked by dozens of audio animatronic characters. In preparation for the attractions, a new system to program the animatronics was developed. This was in part to find a balance between the simple looped mechanical figures, such as the ones on the Jungle Cruise, and the complex audio animatronics that were developed for the fair. Both Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion would be continuously moving rides, with guests passing through show scenes in boats and Omnimover vehicles. This meant that, like the Fantasyland dark rides and the Jungle Cruise, guests would only be able to see each scene for a short time before their vehicle moved on to the next part of the attraction. The magnetic tape was well suited for programming audio animatronic stage shows because it allowed for a long program of movement that could be wound onto a reel. This meant that a show could have minutes worth of programmed animatronic information and their accompanying audio tracks easily played back, but it also required the reel to be rewound before being able to play again. This was not an issue for Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, as there was a break in between shows when the theater would empty and the next group would enter. During this time, the reel could be rewound and ready to play for the new audience. For Carousel Progress, each of the 6 theaters, Load, the 4 main acts, and Exit, would all share the show's master tape. And each
Cute.
scene needed to repeat immediately after the theater rotated. To solve this, a 2-phase system was created for the show, so that while one tape was playing, the other was rewinding. Apart from this workaround already being complicated, this master tape system was not ideal for the new animatronic rides. For one, Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion would have far more animatronics than the Carousel of Progress. Pirates would end up having 119 total figures, 64 of which were humans. The Imagineers had already found it difficult to fit the programming information for the 32 Carousel of Progress animatronics onto a single tape, so information storage alone motivated the creation of a new system. Additionally, every new animatronic needed to be programmed, and the methods used for the fair were uncomfortable and not always reliable. Finally, the new rides would feature a completely different audio setup than the stage shows. With Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln and the Carousel of Progress, the audio was coming from one direction, so each character did not need to have
POTC?
its
What's
own audio track.
POTC?
It's a Small World sent guests through rooms in which they were surrounded by sound, but the audio was uniform throughout each room. With the new rides, the Imagineers wanted many of the characters to have unique dialogue, with the sound emitting from near the character's location, as if the
Okay.
guests were really surrounded by pirates and ghosts.
Oh,
For
Pirates of
all
the
these
Caribbean.
reasons, a new method
Yeah,
of
that's
programming was
crazy.
developed. The new system would be inspired by the camshafts used by the automatons of the past, but with a space-age twist. The Imagineers would use large aluminum discs, which would be slowly rotated so that the edge of the disc would pass between a light and a photodetector. The photodetector was capable of producing an electrical current when it received photons from the light. The disc would block the light so that no photons reached the photodetector. The animators then manually cut ridges into the disc, allowing the light to pass through whenever they wanted a mechanism to be activated on the figure. This system could also control analog mechanisms that needed voltage regulation. In the magnetic tape system, this was controlled by the amplitude of the sound wave, but in the photodetector, the varied voltage would be determined by the amount of light that could reach the photodetector. Therefore, the two extremes of a mechanism would be when the photodetector was fully exposed and when the light was completely blocked. If the animator wanted the mechanism to stop somewhere in between, they would cut the disc so that the light was only partially blocked. This also allowed for some control over the speed of the movement, because the animator could allow the light to be quickly exposed or blocked, or be more slowly exposed or blocked, depending on how the disc was cut. In this system, each disc controlled only one body action, so cabinets that could hold the discs in a
Body,
vertical
yaddy, yaddy,
arrangement
yaddy.
were created. These cabinets had enough room to stack 28 discs, and they would turn at a constant rate so that one full rotation would occur every 60 seconds. This would be a long enough program that guests passing by the scenes could not detect the loop, but not so long that time and space were being wasted. The final element was synchronizing the sound with each figure's motions, and synchronizing each figure with one another. The magnetic tape system had synchronization built in. One track would be audio, and the other tracks would be the programming information. With the cam rack system, the Imagineers needed a way for sound to be played in a loop, synchronized with the spinning discs.
Spinning
Luckily,
disc.
Disneyland had already been using loopable magnetic tape that sit open for sound effects and in music.
Yippee!
Each repeater mechanism sent the tape through a long path before repeating. So all that the Imagineers needed to do was install one of these repeaters that was calibrated for 60-second loops to match the rotation of the programmable discs. The finale of both attractions would feature 2 ensemble musical performances, sung by the animatronics. The 2 theme songs, Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life for Me, and Grim Grinning Ghosts, would be written so that the music and lyrics lasted exactly 60 seconds, so that they could be perfectly looped along with the spinning discs. Different animatronics would sing different parts in unique voices, so that when the ride vehicles passed through the scene, the guests perceived the song as changing and evolving, when in reality, all of the animatronics were on a 60-second loop. The guest was merely moving past voices and instruments that they had already heard and closer to ones that they had yet to hear. To avoid all of the different characters becoming unsynced, a signal was sent when each cabinet finished a rotation, and the next rotation would not begin until all of the cabinets had returned to the start of their loop. This would sometimes result in a small moment of silence between audio loops, but this was typically not detectable by guests. The new cam decks had many advantages for the Imagineers that resulted in a unique guest experience. However, there were several obvious downsides to the new method. The cam cabinets were huge and required significant storage space. With the magnetic tape, 10 actions could be stored on a single track, but with the cam decks, 10 actions required 10 aluminum discs. The cutting of the discs was also an annoying process. Not as painful as the control harness, but not as simple as pushing a button. The aluminum discs themselves would also wear out, requiring maintenance that often could only be carried out by WED and not the park's operations team. The cam deck method was another serviceable but imperfect method of controlling the animatronic figures. Predictably, it would not last for long. In late 1966, Walt Disney was diagnosed with lung cancer. In November of that year, Walt underwent surgery, and a portion of his left lung was removed. On the day he was discharged, he visited WED in Glendale to view the progress that his Imagineers were making on the numerous projects in development. Outside of the work being done on Epcot, many of these updates involved progress on new audio animatronic figures. Mark Davis, who is now leading the creative development on Pirates of the Caribbean, showed Walt the Imagineers' most impressive animatronic figure to date, a pirate auctioneer. Davis lamented that the figure's sophistication would not be appreciated, as the boats would float by the scene so quickly that guests would not have a chance to appreciate the subtlety and complexity of the character's movements. Walt reassured Davis, explaining, quote, "We get so much repeat business here, that means each time we come down, we'll see something we haven't seen before." The Imagineers were also working on a renovation to Disneyland's Tomorrowland area, including plussing the Rocket to the Moon simulator. The attraction would be given an impressive pre-show, hosted by an animatronic flight director. Finally, Walt had been considering plans for a ski resort in Mineral King, California. Davis had been tasked with creating an animatronic show for guests of the resort's lodge. The concept was that a group of bears had formed a musical band and were putting on a revue for guests. Walt loved Davis's concept for the show, laughing at the drawings during his visit to WED. After Walt had been briefed on all of the projects, he asked to be taken home. On his way out, Walt turned to Davis and said, "Goodbye, Mark." This was Walt Disney's last time at WED. He passed away 3 weeks later.
Yarg.
Immediately following Walt's death, rumors began to circulate that Walt had been cryogenically frozen, to be thought out at a later date when his illness could be cured.
Who would possibly think of that?
Snuck into the hospital room where Walt was supposed to be on his deathbed, only to find him floating, frozen in a metal tube. Other sources claim that Walt had asked to be frozen, but the request was ultimately denied. As the rumor spread, first throughout Hollywood and then around the world, urban legends.
I think there's ski resorts in California.
It was only Walt's head that was preserved. Others claim that the freezing chamber is located under the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction that opened just 4 months after his death. The rumor had become so prevalent, such a staple of American pop culture, that reportedly, in 1983, soon-to-be Disney CEO Michael Eisner asked Walt's daughter Diane Disney Miller at a dinner, quote, "Is he," before Diane interrupted him, saying, quote, "I know what you're going to ask, and no, Dad isn't frozen." There is little evidence that Walt was aware of cryogenics, and no evidence that he had requested it. In reality, Walt was cremated, and his ashes were
Eisner
placed in Forest
sucks.
Lawn Memorial Park in Glendale, California. The story that Walt had been frozen was merely tabloid gossip. The idea that someone whose products were so seemingly innocent and whose persona was so wholesome had undergone such an eerie and grim treatment was amusing to the masses.
It is.
But there was also something specifically about Walt attempting to use experimental science to escape his own death that was believable. After all, he was a well-known futurist. Walt had speculated on space travel, built monorails and people movers, and designed and almost constructed a city of the future.
If anyone would, it'd be him.
The development of audio animatronics that had propelled these rumors most of all. In the minds of the public, Walt had been placed among those who toyed with the idea of life itself.
Yarg.
Certainly, if Walt could use technology to bring Abraham Lincoln back to deliver a speech in the year 1964, Walt could use technology to cheat death himself. But this wasn't the case. His fragile, mortal body had failed, and then it was turned to ash. Walt was dead, gone forever from this mortal plane. And the bitter irony was that the only resurrection available to him now was the very one that he had developed.
Download.
In the years following Walt's death, his brother Roy and the rest of Walt Disney Productions carried on with his Florida project, delaying development on Walt City of the Future.
Disney
and
housing is
focusing on building a new
crazy.
theme park. Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom was conceptually
No, it's almost
identical to Disneyland,
over.
with the most obvious difference between the two being Magic Kingdom's larger scale.
Mm.
Like Disneyland, the new park would have its own Main Street, Castle, Adventureland, Frontierland, Fantasyland, and Tomorrowland. Several attractions were cloned for the park as well, with only minor changes differentiating the Magic Kingdom version from the Disneyland original.
Probably, I wouldn't
With
be
all the
surprised.
duplication, Disney was motivated to create a few standout experiences that were exclusive to Walt Disney World. In these cases, the Imagineers relied on concepts that Walt had proposed but never built, and the 3 attractions chosen would all be audio animatronic stage shows. The Country Bear Jamboree, originally pitched for the Mineral King Ski Lodge, would perform for guests in the park's Frontierland. The Mickey Mouse Revue, a performance by characters from across the Disney canon, was another animatronic show that
Ba 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 ba. Okay.
The third animatronic show would perform in the Magic Kingdom's
Country
only
Bear
unique
Jamboree.
area. Liberty Square was an evolution.
Okay,
of
this should be
Disneyland's
ready.
never-built Liberty Street, complete with its signature attraction, the Hall of Presidents.
Hall
Walt's
of
ambitious dream of having
Presidents.
33 presidents share a stage had finally been realized,
Oh.
with 3 bonus presidents, as 3 more people had held the office since the idea was conceived. The star of the show would be another impressive Abraham Lincoln figure, with more limited animation being given to the rest of the presidents. This was Disney's first time creating animatronics that directly mimicked real living persons.
The mimic.
Harry S.
Sorry.
Truman and Lyndon B. Johnson were still alive at the time of the attraction's debut, and the sitting president, Richard Nixon, was also
guys.
sculpted, animated, and included among the representations of all the presidents that had preceded him.
Guess who's back?
If there had ever been a true debate over whether or not Disney should make robots of dead people, the pro-robots of dead people camp won handedly. Not only were 33 of the 36 figures depicting people that had passed away, but the attraction featured...
Okay, I'm sorry. This is really important. And like, I understand that this is really important, but I need to show you guys something because I did this completely subconsciously. Are you ready? Guys? 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 Completely subconsciously. No one would have known. No one. Oh my god. I just think it's funny. I just think it's a little funny. Oh my god. Holy shit. Anywho.
Animatronics of John F. Kennedy, whose assassination had occurred less than a decade prior, and of Dwight D. Eisenhower, who had died just 2 years prior to the show's opening. But as with so many things in human history, there's only a brief window of time to prevent something that is new from becoming something that has always been. The Abraham Lincoln animatronic had normalized the process of mechanical resurrection, at least in the minds of the American public. Despite initially being labeled as a sideshow, Walt and the Imagineers had turned Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln into a program that was seen by many as a respectful tribute. Sure, there were passionate and compelling critiques at the time of its debut.
Those
but the
animatronics are
overall
freaky.
consensus was positive. So much so that when the Hall of Presidents opened, there was no great debate, no significant pushback or scathing critiques, because it was nothing new.
Yeah.
Of course, Walt, the Imagineers, the Disney company, can sculpt and animate a dead person. They always have. Has it not always been this way?
What does that mean?
It should not come as a surprise that the elaborate animatronic stage shows of the Magic Kingdom would only be possible thanks to a new programming method. All of the work and innovation that had been done to create the magnetic tape system and the cam rack system would be made obsolete by this new method, a method that would
Oh.
enable people all around the world to build and program animatronics.
FNAF.
A method that is still being used today and might owe its origin, in part,
Is it
to the
AI?
early age of automata. In 1819, Wolfgang von Kempelen's chess player was on tour, challenging chess masters and dignitaries to games in front of live audiences. While the Turk's secret would not be revealed for several decades, the machine was not without its skeptics. One spectator, English mathematician and philosopher Charles Babbage,
I have
was
seen
impressed
those,
with the Turk
Ferris.
as a trick, but was unconvinced of its touted ability to reason. However, the spectacle reportedly inspired Babbage to dream of a machine capable of such logical skills. In 1822, Babbage designed a device he referred to as the difference engine, a calculating machine credited as the precursor to the modern computer. The
Okay.
computer would not just be the new way to program animatronics, it would be the key to unlocking the next phase of mechanical life, a living machine that appeared not just to move like a human, but to sense like one, to respond like one, to think like one. There's something inside of us, and we let it out.
What does part 1? Damn it! Damn it, Defunct Plan! I was like, where the fuck is this video gonna go? Where's the twist? It's part 1! Oh, ooh, I need to check Twitter. I need to check Twitter. When is the next video? What is this leading up to? What was the basis of this? Honda? Oh, that's a person's name, my bad. Where's the second one? Where's the second one? Dog, this cliffhanger was illegal! You've got to be kidding me! Where's the second one? Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. Freddy Fazbear. Wait, in the description? Where? This video is adjacent to Five Nights at Freddy's, so I'm including this keyword Freddy Fazbear. I love how I kept making FNAF mentions, and then he... Oh my god. Dude, fire writing. Ba 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 ba. Wait, how the fuck did they get real skin? That's like scary. I need to rewatch this video when I'm not doing something. You know what I mean? Excuse me. Mr. Keith, I forget your last name. When is part 2? Please tell me. Please. It's Jover. It's actually Jover. Also, all of the like little not little, but all of like the what's it called? All of the things are very cool. I forgot the word I was looking for. Things. What things? All of the models that were used to kind of describe everything so that like the audience could understand it more. That was very cool. That was one thing I noticed the most. Was that he used a lot of models so that people could like really understand what the fuck is going on. Because if I just watched it with the audio, I'd be like, what, huh? What? Excuse me? but it made more sense, which is nice. Oh, nice and digestible. Okay. You want to play Minecraft? What would we do on Minecraft? If you want, let me drink some water. Ah, shit. That was almost bad. Alright. I think taking a break from drawing is a good idea, but I don't really know what game I want to play. I don't know if we can plan an event for the server and pretend we are active mods. I mean, I kind of helped Salt recently with the stairs, and that was all fun and dandy, but I don't want to intrude on anything. You know. Yarg. What's another... We could just go on the server. I haven't been on it and like explored in a while. Hi, Pickle. I don't want to do anything like super competitive. I'm just a chill guy. I have a waypoint like 30,000 out. Holy shit. Yeah, we can be on the server. I'm down. I'm down for a little Minecraft. I haven't played it in a while. A little Minecraft, if you will. I should probably get more water. You're the reason? Jesus Christ. The Minecraft server hates to see you coming. I'll tell you that much. Okay. I think I can just put me over here. Nobody like you. Hopefully Spotify is like working better now. That shit was not working earlier. Let's see. Did I tell you I crashed a whole server once? Ooh. How did that happen? I'll tell you in VC. Okay. Give me a few seconds. What type of music do I want? Oh, you know what I could play? This is gonna be nice. Here we go. My fave. Properties. Here we go. Hop on Discord. Hopefully my PC doesn't crash. Hello?
It makes Christmas noises when I call you. Ah.
What?
It makes Christmas noises when I call you.
Oh, yeah. The new feature.
Crimma. Would you still fuck with me if I was Crimma?
What does that mean?
I'm Santa Claus.
Oh, sure.
Yippee!
I think I need more water. Is it 1.21.1?
I don't...
I think it is.
1.21. It's either 1.21 or 1.21.1.
Yarg. Six. Okay. Right. Hopping on the server. And changing stream information. Boom, boom, boom.
So if I was cold.
You're cold.
I'm so cold, cocoa rules.
Yikers.
My grandmother sent me a card and $50.
Nice.
No.
Oh, not nice?
I have to actually talk to her now.
Uh-huh.
It's like, how do I explain this?
Is it the one on drugs?
Yeah.
Ew.
But I was gonna say, it's like old people, you know?
Well, talking
I
to
don't
normal
really-
old people is different than talking to an old person on drugs.
Well, I don't fuck with old people anyway.
Hmm. So you don't fuck with my grandma?
Wait, okay. Well, hang on. We can talk about this.
Uh-huh.
I don't even know where I am, / teleport.
Bow, bow, bow.
I am once again going to be the only person without netherite on the server.
I mean, I just have... What the fuck is it called? I just have diamond.
I don't even have diamond like armor.
That is a you problem.
Look, man, I can't help it.
This is pretty. It's very wintry.
Where art thou?
What the fuck?
Who is noun?
My character?
Oh,
We need to go back to spawn, because this is the building area.
I got you. TP to me.
I just went to spawn. The conductor? I didn't know we had a conductor.
Hey, was that you who planted all this spruce around the...
I honestly don't remember.
Oh my god, server's restarting. Alright, I guess I'll kill myself.
Is my game mode right?
There's also a bunch of glass stacked up. So I don't know. Donna!
There we go. Where are you?
At our houses.
Oh,
Here,
okay.
I'll go towards spawn.
Wait, why does it say I died here? I didn't die here.
Oh no, there's a floating you died thing that just won't go away over there.
Oh.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Can I click on the conductor?
Can you?
No.
Oh.
/ typewriter connect. Yes.
Ba 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
If they don't love you like I love you, wait. Don't kill that cow. Oh.
I may have killed that cow.
Did you know that we are technically breaking the Geneva Convention?
Yeah.
On purpose, I think.
Yeah,
think
it's
we
chill though.
It's fun. What are they gonna do? Sue us?
I don't know, maybe.
I wonder if anyone has taken anything from... Okay, no. Okay. I don't care about the rest of this. I need a little help here. I hope that's what you were singing.
No.
Alright, whoever flipped all these trapdoors, I'm killing them and their mama. Sorry, is that mean?
Yeah. Oh, I can't open that.
What can't you open?
Chest because it's blocked.
What?
It's my own doing.
Where?
The house with the vines. Leaves from the vine.
You can't open it.
The second one on top. Below where the wheat is.
Oh. What are you talking about? Oh, I see. Yeah, you can't open it.
Yeah.
I'm stupid. Would you still love me if I was Minecraft?
Sure.
Not a Minecraft YouTuber though. I would never be that.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Oh. What the fuck?
I'm so glad I keep inventories on.
Wait, Ferris, look at me.
Wait, where are you? Oh.
You ready for
You
this?
froze. You froze. Wait. You're just stuck midair.
Oh.
Oh, Jennifer's sleeping. Okay, well, you can /kill me after. Well, that waits. I'm gonna do parkour on Hypixel.
You have fun with that.
Even though it'll only take like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it won't take too long. Bow, bow.
So what are we doing on Christmas?
I don't know. I know I'm gonna do karaoke. I don't know what else though.
I don't actually know what I'm doing for Christmas because...
Wait, come back online.
Oh. Okay, let me load in first. Hang on, so you don't lag out my game. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, ready for this?
Yeah, ready? Ready? What the fuck? Stop! Wait, I can just get the heads of /head. I don't know what I'm doing. /head. So no head.
So no head. Bow, 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 bow. What the hell?
Me when I
What
when
is
I-
this?
a cube.
Don't just leave cubes around.
It'll be fine.
No, because then it's gonna lag out the server.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh wait, you have armor on. I probably shouldn't be hitting you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, hi ho. Hi ho. To our houses we go. Did you build this nether portal?
No.
Okay, well, it's getting torn down, because whoever built it is fucking insufferable. And I'll tell them I said that. Right, KK. I forgot you can go invisible. I think I shat myself a little bit. Um, I don't have any dirt.
You don't have any dirt?
No, not in my inventory.
Oh, me neither. Ooh, chicken.
Don't kill the chicken. Okay. Okay, whoever's leaving shit near our house, I'm actually going to kill them. Oh my god.
Was this giant crater like always here?
Yes.
Oh.
The thing I'm in?
Most
yes.
banger song in Being Puppy Cat is playing right now.
Just say your day, bro. Just put the fries in the bag, bro. Just put the fries in the bag.
You know I stole one of those horses?
Did you put it back?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it's for both of us. You can take any horse.
Oh, I thought they were like salts or something.
No, they're I built that. They're ours.
Oh, okay.
All they're ours. 'Cause remember when the guy just went on a huge breeding spree of horses?
Uh-huh.
Well, he killed his horse before leaving and left us with all these. So I was like, okay, well, here we go. I still don't know what to do about that. Probably put more leaves on it.
Yeah. More leaves.
What are you thinking about, Kakoa?
It's very two-dimensional.
It's very not... One of these things is not like the others, you know? Well, you're still friends with the guy, right? So I don't want to be evil.
I don't know what to do with it.
Kill ourselves?
Nah.
Okay.
What are in these?
Building supplies.
Uh-oh. Right.
Shit we can take. Okay, so did you place these spruces?
I don't remember. I think I placed the ones near the dome.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's the only one I'm actually worried about.
That's stealing what?
Those are the only ones I'm worried about. Because if someone else placed it, I don't want them here.
Are you saying they look ugly?
No. I'm just saying I don't want other people building on our shit.
Did you place the glass?
No.
Oh, neither did I.
Oh, wait, I have silk touch with my hands. I forgot.
I'm gonna go up to the top one and destroy that. Because I don't like it being on there.
Looks like a needle. Now we have free glass to whoever did that. Okay, so we have a garden. You need a house. I have a house. We have a stable. We have an enchanting area. We have we have 2 farms. We have the farm that's just sugarcane, and then we have the one that's over here. Were you trying to call me a word?
No.
Oh my god. So, you know how I love you?
Uh-huh.
Guess who promised they would build buildings for the dragon fight?
No way.
Guess who
Why did you
hasn't?
promise that?
Because they were all like, these are kind of ugly houses because they were using like pre-generated houses. I was like, I'll make some.
Okay, I'll be right back. Hello?
Yeah.
Yo. What the hell? Why is there a cow spawner?
I don't know. I guess to get cows in the area for people.
Hmm. Nothing. They
What do you mean none?
don't
Are you
respawn to
like
gold.
girl?
Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow.
Ah!
Just don't say what I could do to help.
Just said, can you do this? Because I don't feel like doing it. And I was like, okay.
Alright, I'm just gonna watch you do that then.
Alright, so,
Hello.
this is like a dangerous ass ledge. You are farting.
I don't know how to stop it.
This is worse than Tennessee.
Bleh. I didn't even fart in your car.
I'm so proud of you.
If you were a car, what type of car would you be?
Mitsubishi Eclipse.
Hmm.
In red and black. Actually, that'd be Shadow's motorcycle.
Yeah.
That movie was so good. I wish hedgehogs were real.
That'd be so cool.
Ooh, fatty.
Hey!
I'm so sorry. That was
Should I try the... You know what? I'm gonna mute stream when I say this.
Uh-oh. KK just told me that she's a Zodiac killer.
Oh, now I gotta delete the VOD. What the hell? Oh my god. Well, cat's out of the bag. Happy Pride Month.
Excuse me. Happy what? We should have a server event though that isn't the dragon fight.
Yeah, we should have it before the dragon fight.
Well, Mason's doing theirs before the dragon fight.
Oh, okay, after the dragon fight then. Wait, when's that one?
Late December.
Oh, okay.
Like
Sick.
within the next 9 days, or at least it should be. If not, oh well. But we should actually probably do it before the dragon fight, so I'm not in school.
Mm.
What day is the dragon fight?
I don't know. It's probably in the Google Doc.
Yeah. Okay.
Ba, ba, ba.
Let's see what we voted on.
Yummers.
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 January 4th. Okay. 4th of the January. As long as we do it before the 9th, I should be good. Or at least finish it before the 9th, and then we can do it.
True.
Because, oh god, I'm not excited.
Why aren't you wait for the dragon fight?
No, for college.
Oh, yeah. Hi.
It's just that first week because it's like I don't even have my roommate assignment or my classes yet.
Yeah, that's a little scary, but I feel like everything will. The thing about college is that they tell you last minute on everything.
I start.
So you'll get the information. It'll just be like a day before you move in.
I start so soon. I move in the 11th. It's the 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm killing myself
Can't do that.
in Minecraft.
So true.
Okay. And a cowboy needs a hat, needs a hat, needs a hat, and a pair of fancy boots, fancy boots. And a set of shiny spurs, shiny spurs. I'm farting right now. I'm farting. I remember I did that to Jamie. I think someone kicked me from the server. It's like, damn. Damn. These hoes hate me. Riding dick so hard having babies. Who else up riding dick so hard having babies?
Not me, bro.
I'm Megan Thee Stallion. Megan, by the way, I make 6 figures a year.
Where Megan is not on the stream, bro.
Megan, by the way, I'm good with kids. Sometimes.
Megan has a kid?
No.
Oh.
But if she did, I would be the dad who stepped up. Just saying.
Alright, young pup. Shut
Alright, bro. The party ended 2 hours ago. And
Why are you still here?
I love that video of Liz.
What the fuck were those comments? Were those people you know?
No.
Oh shit.
He wants you to show him your bobs. Ma'am, that's a gay man. Who is this diva? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Mm.
I don't know, it's crazy.
We should do a last to leave VC.
We could do that on Christmas.
Oh, we can't do it on Christmas.
We cannot do that on Christmas.
Only because I work 5:30 to 2 on Christmas.
That's crazy.
And I also then have to go to my Oma's right after.
Oh damn.
We can do it like, when do you start back school?
The 6th.
We can do it the 1st.
Yeah. First works.
Yeah, because my last day at work is the 31st.
What would be the prize? None of us got money.
$2 cash up.
$2. What if I...
Only
Ooh,
$10.
I don't know Suki Club, Hate Club as well as you do, but would they be down?
Most of them probably. Okay, so you, me, Zoe.
Yeah.
Zoe will call us during work. Maybe Liz.
Mm-hmm.
Gray has a life. Suki has a life, shockingly. Wes wouldn't. Juno wouldn't. Here, everyone, do you guys want to
They can even just appear too. Hi,
see.
Koa.
Jan first.
Bing.
You can also just ask random people that we know
True.
and be like, hey guys, price. Okay, what is something you can give them and what is something I can give them?
I can give them
Commission.
yeah,
That's
free
all I can give them.
commission. That's what I can give them.
I can give them head, unless they're minor.
Whoa.
If they're minor, I don't know. $20. I don't know, $20.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Maybe think of something else.
I don't know. $20.
$20 is good.
Actually, I'll give him an air fryer. Hang on, wait. I got my granddad, like, a toaster oven, so we don't need our toaster anymore. You think I can give away a toaster?
Sure. It's not much of a prize, though, if it's just something you're getting rid of.
Winner gets free commission and toaster. God, I still can't believe I bought that for my granddad. That thing was 50 fucking bucks. I was like, damn. Damn.
Damn.
Damn. Then I went go see Sonic 3 the next day, and I was like, this is the shit. Oh yeah, that's me in the flesh. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing anything January 1st.
Well, it'd probably go longer than January 1st.
Well, yeah, but I'm just making sure I don't have to, like, leave midstream. I don't know what time it will start.
Y'all know me that I go out everywhere, so you guys are gonna hear me constantly switching between my phone and my computer. being like,
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? Yeah, we're in my car. We're chilling. We're going for a ride. Yeah, no, I won some lottery tickets.
Bow, bow, bow. Hey, Kai. Do you know what my mom and I learned recently?
What?
We did a test for Kai because she was like acting really weird around her food. And it turns out that she's allergic to like half the stuff we've been feeding her.
You guys are awful.
We did not know. Because she would just keep eating it. So we were like, oh, we should definitely like give her a test. And it turns out she's allergic to chicken and beef.
How?
The poor baby.
A cat being allergic to chicken and beef is like a vegetarian being allergic to lettuce and kelp.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
What the fuck are you guys gonna feed her? Salmon?
Yeah. Salmon, duck.
Salmon.
Fuck is wrong with you,
I'm a
salmon?
northerner and I say salmon.
Salmon. Or whatever the fuck. Hi, Midnight. Where'd you come back
Midnight.
from?
Fuck you northerners.
Salmon.
Salmon.
Salmon!
Salmon.
Oh my god,
There is an L. There's an L.
That
There's
L
an-
is silent. Salmon.
Okay. you
Actually,
know
no,
who-
it's not silent. I'm saying it. Salmon. Salmon. The salmon. Salmon.
You ain't saying shit, bro. Oh my God.
See, Midnight says I'm right.
Okay, and when has Midnight ever been right? Be honest.
So many times.
Okay, and when have I ever been wrong?
A lot of times. Salmon.
You wanna know the funnier part? Midnight has no idea about the guy.
Yeah.
And I think that's for the best.
Yeah.
I think that's
You'd get
for the- I
shamed
think that-
more.
I think that was traumatizing for you, and
Did you
Zoe.
get...
no.
Oh,
I
okay.
forgot, I forgot. Or like we were gonna do it after Sonic movie, and then we just didn't feel like it. We were like, forget this, bro.
Yeah.
It's so late. Liz wanted to go to Books A Million.
Yeah. I think that's for the best.
Well, I'll go another day. Probably next time I'm in Jackson.
Hmm.
I'm not scared of no twink that can't even own a gun.
I am, because he's in Tennessee.
Legally, he can't own a gun because his mom lives with him, and his mom's a felon.
Did you not see the red flags?
Okay, to be fair, he really doesn't like his mom, and he's only letting her stay because he doesn't want her to be completely homeless. And he doesn't even know why she's a felon, but she's a felon.
Hmm.
And I'm like, I think you should get that checked out. He was like, it'll be fine. She'll be off my couch in no time. It's like, okay.
Interesting.
Sure, pal. That's what they all say.
Midnight, do you think I'm just a chill guy?
I swear to God, I'm killing you with my mind.
I'm just a chill guy.
No, you aren't.
Yes, I am.
You're a little bitch. Sorry. Sorry, wait. I was joking. I did what was such day.
If I had a VTube model, it'd be frowning. Right now.
The bro's frowning. What are you, 2?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a real man. I don't frown. I only smile. I'm jolly and happy. I'm basically Santa Claus.
Do you know what's also jolly?
What?
In Suki Hay Club.
Oh my God. Okay, well, everyone say bye-bye, KK.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
I miss Suki Hay Club. I can't believe Suki made his first appearance in like months yesterday.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It was like a Bigfoot sighting. I was like, oh my God.
Bigfoot sighting.
Bigfoot sighting. But instead of Bigfoot, it's
It's
big
Suki.
forehead.
That's funny.
So Bigfoot is big forehead.
I don't think I've ever seen Suki before.
He doesn't have a big forehead.
Oh.
He has an average sized forehead.
I think the only people I haven't seen is Princess Gray and Owen.
You've seen Gray. You've seen Gray.
Oh, I have. Oh yeah, I have. I think I've only not seen Owen before. Oh no, and Suki. Everyone else has had their face cam on.
I know what Owen looks like. He's kind of pretty.
Hmm.
He's really pretty, actually.
Alright, gay. Alright.
You know, I know the funnier part.
What?
He doesn't know I'm trans.
How?
I don't know.
Literally, how?
I don't know how a man can be so stupid. I don't
It's
know how
kind of funny. I should switch to just chatting.
I was like, yeah, he was flirting with me. And I was like, yeah. And he references me as a girl. I'm like,
well, no.
I was like, try again. And I think he changes it to ma'am. And I was like, no.
Well,
No.
yeah, no.
No. That's not what I meant. No, shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Oh. Quit clacking your fucking keyboard.
It's because I don't want to leak DMs.
Oh, why do I have 9+ messages?
From me.
What did you send me?
I literally just wanted to do that so I don't leak anything.
It's literally just a photo of Liz.
Yeah, I feel bad if I didn't get Liz's permission.
This doesn't even show his face!
Yeah, but like still.
Are you ever going to do the vlog
Probably not.
I figured.
Bam.
It was fun though.
It was.
Midnight, did you know that I have KK's face plastered on my wall? Quite literally.
Wait, on your wall?
Yeah. Yeah, remember the photos that we took in the photo booth?
Oh, yeah. I also have the photo booth hanging on my wall.
Yeah, and then I have your stickers hang on the cabinet of my desk.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
And then my necklace is somewhere on my nightstand.
Yippee! My necklace is like right next to my desk.
We get it. Just vote. Just vote.
What?
Sorry.
We get it. Just vote, bro.
Just vote. Just vote. man,
Just
just
vote.
vote. You wanna play Guess the Build?
Guess the build? I'm off of
Guess the build.
Minecraft.
Oh,
I'm
boo, you
probably gonna
whore.
stop streaming in like 20. Hit the 4-hour mark.
Oh, so you don't want to play video games with me? We
Not
didn't
tonight.
even have Fortnite Friday. We didn't
Probably
even have
tomorrow.
Fortnite Friday. We didn't
Yeah,
have Fortnite.
that's
I thought about
because
killing myself yesterday.
I got
'Cause we
a
didn't have
little
Fortnite Friday.
sick.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you did.
I got a little ill.
I'm sure you did.
Bam, 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 bam.
You were sick of me. Are you sick of me? Would you like to be? Trying to tell you something. Something that I already said. But if you're too drunk to drive, and the music is right.
You say, but just for the night. Wait, is that who I think it is?
What?
Doctor Strange and Loki?
What are you referring to? I'm scared.
Fan art.
Are they kissing?
They're about to.
Oh, they're fucking. Okay.
No, they're not fucking.
Okay, yeah, we pill.
Bam, bam. Old man Yowie yummers. Who said that? Ferris, what the fuck? Chainsaw movie?
What are you doing?
There's a
What?
chainsaw movie.
I'm killing you.
Wait, is it gonna just be the second season released into a movie, or is it an actual movie? Oh my god, it's an actual movie. Holy peak, Batman.
Samsung has revealed a lineup of 4 Sonic the Hedgehog themed micro SD cards featuring Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Shadow. I should get the Shadow one because it's also the biggest one.
Mm-hmm.
Knuckles is 128, Tails is 256, and Sonic is 512.
Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow.
Spider-Verse might be canceled because of Miles Morales' voice actor is a creep in real life.
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
But I don't think they will.
Yeah, me neither.
If anything, they'll replace him with the guy who's doing the other Miles Morales.
Didn't he say he didn't want to be associated with Miles Morales anymore?
I don't remember.
That's what I saw on Twitter. He even said it on a Kaisenet stream.
Why was he on the Kaisenet stream?
Because Kaisenet hired him to play Miles Morales while he was sleeping to entertain the stream. It was him and then the other NPC streamer.
Oh my god, I remember. The NPC Miles Morales retired. I'm really sad about it.
Yeah.
Gotta go fast.
Mudang table. I feel like I'm a baby whenever I scroll through Twitter. Like, I feel like I'm an iPad kid.
Probably. For your final challenge, that you'll be able to go through your Bible.
Hell no, Jesus.
It's a I sent it to you. It's more funny if you look at it. But...
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I want to play video games with you.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Me.
That's what they all say. You're just gonna leave me like anyone else or whatever.
Whoa. I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I think it's just gonna be us playing games.
Yippee! Yippee!
Yippee! I should probably release this. Oh, you know what we can talk about?
What can we talk about?
What the fuck I'm gonna do next week, because I don't have a schedule.
Alright, you hit everyone's favorite time of the stream, making KK's schedule for KK.
Yippee! Hey,
Alright.
you've only done it twice. I've done it more than twice.
Girl, fuck you.
Fuck you. Okay, so week of 24?
4.
Yeah, 24. Okay, wait, is the 25th of Christmas?
Yeah.
Okay.
24th is Christmas Eve and 25th is Christmas.
Wait, so it's week of 22? Or 23?
It'd be the week of 24.
But
Wait, no, it would be the week of 23. Never mind.
Okay. Wait, is my calendar wrong? It says the 22nd. Wait, was yesterday Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, then. I literally spent all of Saturday sleeping, so I thought today was Saturday. Or wait, no. I thought today was... The days are a blur. Anyways,
You're hell.
Monday is Mario Kart Monday. And that's the
Friday's
23rd.
Friday.
Friday's Fortnite Friday, which I'll actually execute this time. Uh,
Please.
Tuesday is Christmas Eve. That's gonna be no stream.
Okay, good. Because I won't be home at all Christmas Eve.
And then Wednesday is Christmas, and at night I'm gonna do the Christmas stream.
Okay, good.
Kind of just
So
to close out
Monday,
Christmas.
Tuesday, that's Monday, Wednesday.
Fridays,
Friday.
Fortnite Friday.
Do you want to stream Thursday?
Nah, I'll just have
Yeah.
3, and then Saturday and Sunday I don't have anything, so I don't really know what to.
Yeah.
But oh wait, no wait, yeah, no, that's a few days after. I was like, is that New Year's? No, it's not.
Put drawing maybe. Or
Yarg.
one of them.
Digital art, and then Sunday no stream. All right, cool. Perfect. I'm gonna put art/Animal Crossing for Saturday. Chill vibes. Speaking of Christmas, did you get it? Not yet. I don't know what's with this new mail guy, but he has not looked at the mail that I've sent yet, so there is that.
Oh, I just got the Loki and Doctor Strange fan mail.
See, they're not kissing.
There's something, and Strange is very taken back.
Doctor Strange acting a little strange.
Smash and smash. Both of them. Smash and smash.
Alright, bro. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what you got me, Midnight. I've been checking the mail frequently.
Have you been checking your DMs? Of course you haven't, because you have no bitches.
Wait, DMs on what?
Anything.
I have 1 like.
Alright, bro. Get out.
Get out! What the hell? Alright, there's like 8 minutes left. What's like a topic we can deep dive into?
Alright, let's talk about 2024 election.
What do you want to talk about it?
I don't know.
It fucking failed us, dude.
We gotta kill ourselves. And I just saw the moving. Okay.
You see, we've got the
And
same
I
timeline.
just saw the balls. Right now.
What did you share? For your final challenge. I accepted it again and it picked up at lobby, said parcel earlier though. Wait, parcel locker? Like an Amazon order? Did you send it to my address and it's in a locker? Or it says pick up at lobby? Huh?
Meow.
Meow. Bow, 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 bow.
Baby, you know that I miss you.
I
I
just
wanna be with
want you.
you.
Girl, and that's the issue.
Nice.
Thinking. Oh wait, did that show on stream? No, it didn't. Okay, phew. I was about to say.
2024 is
Located in the lobby. If you can't pick up your package by Tuesday, it'll be returned for a full refund. Wait, what? Oh! Was it dropped into a locker? Because it says start pickup. Wait. Was it sent as a gift or was it sent as an order? It was gift? Oh, okay. Wait, so how am I gonna pick this up from the locker? Because I have an Amazon account. But I can't pick up the order from the locker if it's from your account, I think. Because you have to like hit a button and then the locker opens. I'm gonna search this up. You'll need to locate the 6-digit pickup code and provide it in the delivery confirmation email. Then enter pickup code on this. I didn't. Oh, it's in a different locker. Okay. So if you have a code, I think I can pick it up. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I think. What if there's no screen? Bum, bum, bum. Bow, bow, bow.
meow.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope that it's in the locker with the touchscreen. If not, I think I might need assistance. Hi, Doubler. It's a bad time because I'm about to end.
Doubler.
Doubler. Where'd you go? Here you are. It's okay.
Doubler, I miss you.
I'm probably gonna game tomorrow and also do a war tomorrow too, but I'm wrapping things up right now.
Bro's wrapping it.
Wrapping it up. But yeah, if you can send me the code that you got from your email, that'd be great. Or that came with the package. Then I can get the package.
How about you send some bitches KK's way? Hi, KK.
Hi. I'm ending stream. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye-bye. Let me do this. Let me do that. Okay, bye.